Sharing anyway.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, it's 5:59, it's not 6. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait 1 minute.
I know you guys
I'm like, hey, I thought it was 6.
Oh, you banged
So
me. Yeah,
excited.
shut up. Just kidding.
No idea that was the rule.
I like your,
Ooh, just,
I like your eagerness.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's try to. For the oath of office, does Jesus have that printed out already?
Okay, so you have the oath. You have the oath. You have the oath.
I do.
Excellent. Just checking. I just want to know if I have to do a little quick search here. Okay, and.
Remember to raise your hand.
Okay. Tell her to or me?
Both of
Everybody.
you.
Everybody, okay.
Everybody.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. Oops. Hello, everyone. Is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, great. It is now 6 p.m. and I'm calling to order this regular meeting of the Sunnyvale School District Board of Education. This meeting is available in English and Spanish. Would the translator please give instructions on the translation services available?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Buenas noches a todos. Se utilizará la función de interpretación de Zoom para soporte en inglés y español. Todos los participantes de esta llamada deben seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el idioma correspondiente cuando el anfitrión active la función. Dicha función se encuentra en el panel de herramientas en el icono del globo. El modo de interpretación para esta reunión será el simultáneo. Gracias por su atención y colaboración.
Okay, great, thank you. Please note that a recording is being made at the direction of the board and that the recording may capture sounds of those attending the meeting. I see that all board members are present, so we can begin. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight I will read the Living Land Acknowledgement, a brief acknowledgement of land and life. Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestral and unceded lands of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of the Sunnyvale community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might look to repair injustices and move forward in honorable ways. Okay, we are on to item 2, the approval of the agenda. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, which is solely the approval of the agenda, please use the raised hand feature now. None? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Do you have a second?
I'll take one.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye and the motion passes. We're on to item 3, a study session. Item 3A, local control and accountability plan and strategic plan. Chief Teaching and Learning Officer, Dr. Tasha Dean.
Good evening, board. This is our opportunity where we can gear into the next phase of our LCAP and strategic plan. Tonight is an opportunity to lay foundation. I won't take a whole lot of time on that, but I thought it was important for our conversation tonight to be sure our newer board members kind of are aligned with us as we move forward. And as we project to our updated annual planning for LCAP. just a kind of reminder of process, tonight is about, we met in February, which kind of reviewed kind of our mid-year update and where we are. And then tonight is moving into the next year of that 3-year plan. So the second year of that plan. And so what will happen with that is I'll lay the foundation of where we are. And then we're going to spend some time together looking at our goals, our strategies, and our key actions, which I'll have posted here. And then I will guide you through an exercise that will allow me to get your feedback. I also wanted to share that a part of the structure of tonight's study session is the feedback that you've provided, that you wanted to be able to be sure that you're able to provide your ideas and input as a board as it relates to some of the actions and strategies that we would be moving forward with, rather than getting all of that at one time before you had an opportunity to process it. So tonight is an opportunity to do that, which will then inform our first draft of our annual update to our LCAP on June 4th. So I just want to kind of lay that foundation so we have a sense of what we're doing tonight and the actions and steps that we will be taking. So I want to start every session with our promise. This has really been a wonderful way by which to guide process, guide questions, guide input that we've been getting from parents over the last few weeks. And so that's been very helpful. And it's also been very helpful in helping parents to also focus their questions that they're actually asking us as well. What is the local accountability plan? It is our guiding principle. And since we've done our LCAP, there was a question from you, well, how does this all fit in? The way you want to visualize that is our strategic plan is the overarching document that's guiding and leading the way. We used that document last year to inform the current LCAP 3-year cycle that we're in. So our goals are aligned from our strategic plan, and some of our key actions within the LCAP document are directly related to the key actions that came from our strategic planning process. That's how they integrate and how they overlap. Some of our metrics are different. That's for two purposes. One, some are global metrics, and then some are actually required metrics by the state in order to have an LCAP plan and for it to be compliant with the laws that govern the LCAP. So that's how it all integrates together. And so there are duplicate measures in the plans, but how we measure them is sometimes where the difference comes between our LCAP and our strategic plan. Okay. Adding the 8 priorities here, because as for an LCAP, we are supposed to include these elements in our plan. So I think it's important to understand what are the critical elements as a part of our planning for our LCAP. And these are those priorities that are included in the document in different levels and degrees, but it's all included in there. Okay, getting back to our alignment with our LCAP goals. Like I said, they're directly aligned to our LCAP. And so just a reminder of what those particular goals are listed here. And then the integration that I was speaking of as it relates to our LCAP and our strategic plan. So you'll see on the left and the right, there is some similarity, but the section in the middle is where there is direct correlation and alignment. Our goals, our objectives, the actions and the services that we are providing. That's the strategic. Those two things are integrated very closely. Our resource allocation, the LCAP is helping us to fund the initiatives that we've outlined in our strategic plan, as well as other initiatives and actions that we're required to make as a part of our LCAP requirement. And then community engagement is written all over both documents in a very intimate way of how we want to engage our community as a part of both processes. State indicators, this is just a breakdown of some of those and how they're actually outlined within our LCAP document, just to give you clarity around how some of those show up. So if you're looking through the document and you want clarity, this kind of provides that guidance for you. continue on our local indicators, you'll see with our state priorities and then the connection from the state and how this all is a part of a self-reflection process with the local indicators. Just to elaborate on that, when I come back in June, you'll have input because we survey and get input on those local indicators on how we're actually doing. And that comes from our teaching community and our administrators. So we get that information and then we give ourselves a grade in these categories, if you will, and then we'll bring that to you in June. Yes,
Can you go back to that slide, please?
absolutely.
So, there are 8 state priorities, right? And there are some that are not listed. Can you tell us
Yeah.
why?
The other ones are county or county office objectives, and so they don't relate to local school districts.
So would that also include, for example, like the NWEA? Is that a county?
No, the NWEA is our assessment tool, and that's one of the measures that we use in order to benchmark that leads towards priority 7, for example, as well as a little bit of priority 7. So priority 2 and priority 7. So that's a tool we're using as a school district in order to benchmark, so we don't get all the way to CASP in April and May and wait till we come back in August and September to know how our kids are doing. So that's a tool that we've used to help inform our practices here.
Slide 4 shows all 8 priorities.
Yeah, I know. I think the state priority 4 would include the student, it includes like the
English
academic-
language learner.
Standardized test
The
scores.
standardized test scores. Yeah, I wanted to clarify where like the NWEA stands in, because I thought that was the local indicator for us.
Yeah, maybe I left off 4 accidentally. Let me just see here. Yeah, it's the priority 4 is our EO. So yes, it is included there. It just got left off.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, great question. And then we talked about how they're measured. So when we look at the questions, there's a series of questions that the state provides us. And if we met it, we say, great, we met it. If we did not meet it, or kind of where we are, then we measure that and we either emphasize that a little bit differently in our LCAP based upon how we're doing. Some elements, before we get the feedback, but nonetheless, that's what we do. And then we actually upload that information and share it with the state based upon how we're doing. Okay, this is just another visual just to kind of talk about how we're implementing the state standards as it relates to this particular local indicator. Just kind of giving you a visual, kind of where we are in the process. We evaluate that. The idea is you should always be doing this, like you're never just not doing it. But how much emphasis you're placed upon that is based on where you are in this continuum. So if you're in full implementation, you're doing a great job, you want to maintain that. So whatever you did to get there, you have to keep doing it. And then if you're not doing well, either you're going to be making some decisions to change in order to increase how you're doing in the particular areas. Same for priority 3. I'm kind of listing some of the more robust ones we have in our LCAP. Access to broad course of study. This is one we do very well with, not as big of a concern for us as a school district. Okay, and so these next few slides are just to get you warmed up and geared up to get your brains focused on what our goals are and what our measures are. So in our strategic plan, we had some very targeted goals that we're working on. Those are listed there. And then it also has the particular measures that go with that as it relates to the strategic plan. And so, so we're going to dig into that a little bit more, but these are the goals, these are the measures. And what I did on the next few slides, I'm not going to take time to go through it, but this is just to show the intersectionality between our LCAP goal and our strategic plan. So I'm just going to kind of go through those and also where this information is found within our LCAP. So I did that for each goal, just to give, like I said, ground us in where we are with each of our goals and the connection between our LCAP. Okay, so Any questions before I provide instructions for where we're gonna lead to now as a part of this phase of our study session and input session?
No.
Okay,
My question is, when do you think it would be appropriate for public comment? Like at what point? Is this gonna, are you gonna ask for the board to do an activity?
Yes.
Or,
yes, that's what we're about to do now, yes.
so before we do the activity, would there be any questions about what we've seen in the packet, or you wanna, I just don't know.
I think this is probably a good time.
Yeah, okay, so why don't we open it up to public comment right now? Thank you, sorry, I just wanna make sure we follow our protocols, so. I mean, unless there's more presentation in this part of it, no.
There's not at this point. At this point, we're gonna take each of the goal areas and signature strategies. And as a part of our strategic plan process, there were some key actions that were identified. So we're gonna walk through what those particular actions are as a team. And you're gonna kind of rate next steps in our process related to the goals and the key actions.
Okay, so we might, I don't know, there might be some questions before we get there, so let's do public comment first. If there's any member of the public here or online who'd like to speak about this item, if you're online, please use the raised hand feature now. If you're in the room, we'll take a card. Do we have any speakers online for the study session? Okay, none, great. Okay, so before we go forward, does anyone have any clarifying questions or any general feedback or questions before we begin? Yeah, go ahead.
So I was reflecting back on last year's LCAP that was approved in June of 2024, and it had listed, I'm going back to the student state priority number 4. So our priority number 4 as well, and I was looking at some of the data there for proficiencies generally, and also for our focus subgroups. And I want to know where we can, where it's appropriate to get input on that and to look at that data specifically and think about what actions moving forward. When I was looking at the presentation, it looked like there was a lot that did not necessarily include that, because I know we've already targeted those students, but I want to look at how we can continue to address those needs of those students.
Absolutely. So what I'll do, unless there's other question, is I'll walk through, and I think that'll answer your question very specifically regarding that.
Okay, so in general, like when I was looking at the presentation that was in the packet, and I see it all here printed out for us, so I know we're gonna go through it one by one. For me, I was feeling as though it was a little difficult for me to give feedback on any one thing, because I'm not sure how, like it was at least in the packet and how it appears up there, there's no data to go with the items. So for example, it says year 1, like this is our initiative year 1, and I understand that.
Mhm.
And then some of it says, well, it's year 1, but we haven't started, or so there was no sense for me of like, is this a year 1, like we finished it, particularly with some of the data things, you know, like we evaluated it and we found something, so we're gonna move on to the next part of that. Or for some of the ones that were monitoring student progress, or some of them, like I don't have a good sense of what they are, and like in terms of like strengthening implementation of social emotional learning during instructional day across all areas. Like for me, I don't know what strength, like I don't have any sense of like what strengthening means, right? So if I'm gonna give it a dot because I'm gonna say like, yeah, keep doing that. Like, I don't know the efficacy of it. I don't know how much has been done. I don't have a sense of like where we are, what we're going. So it was really hard for me to like think about assigning value to specific initiatives because we're not in the classroom, we're not doing it ourselves, you know? So I'm interested in going through the exercise, but at the same time, I'm a little unsure because I know that we've had another data set come out. I guess I was like expecting a different kind of presentation, right? So this is more, and also I'm interested in looking forward to next year, but I'm not interested in committing to like 3 to 6 years of work. Like I was like in the write-up because we're gonna have a new superintendent and I definitely wanna make sure that they're involved in direction with us, like all together.
So a few items I'd like to go back to is the February update. So as far as data goes, that was your data update of where we were. And the reason that's your data update is that's mid-year. As a part of our benchmarking, that doesn't close until I think for our last school, it might be like some of the schools I think will finish on Friday. And then as far as our social emotional data, that doesn't close until April 25th. So in order to give you updated data from February mid-year, we have to wait for a benchmark to actually close for the data to be updated in order to measure from that time to this time. So in this presentation and in planning of our calendar last year, that's why we mapped it out that way. And that's also why we wanted to have the June time for those updates so that all the data would be in, because when we have it earlier, all the data is not in. So we're still giving you, generally speaking, mid-year update data because all the data hasn't closed. So when you get the report in June, it will include all of the data. The only data that may still need some fine tuning is the SEL, and that's because it doesn't when it closes. But for the most part, all data should be in when you get that June report. There shouldn't be anything left. The only thing that would be left is what we wait from the state level, which of course we get late August, early September type of thing. But as far as the data that we're collecting that is informing our practices, we would have that when it comes in June. So that's the rationale for that gap in the data. So the second part of that is, not knowing where we are. That's also the purpose for that. So if there's areas of concern, which I know there's been one in particular from the board, and it is around our academic performance. So we know that's not going the way we want it to. So when we say, priorities, then as you're looking through this, you're going to be processing. We have some challenges in reading. We're doing better in math, but we still have some growth. Those types of things. So you have what I consider is the foundational data, the explicit data on how something maybe is being carried out in the classroom and some of those things. That's not necessarily a direct part of the LCAP, but we have to report out what we're doing and how it's going. And then the metric, I guess you could say, is really what's going to determine how well it's going and how we're measuring ourselves and also what we identified in our strategic plan objectives as well. So that's how that works. And so I can, definitely guide you to where you need to look in your LCAP to do that, but that's kind of what's happening and why.
Yeah, 2 more quick things. Like for Evelyn, who I don't think you've taken any master's in governance classes yet, so you haven't seen this. I think Heidi's already going through the process. But the LCAP, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, it's really like when California did the original funding for it, they changed how districts were funded. They had a few remaining categoricals that they said, okay, school districts, we're gonna give you money and you're obligated to spend at least this much on these kids. And that was English learners, basically unhoused and foster youth, right, and special education students. And so the LCAP is supposed to be the place where we're tracking like specific activities targeted for those kids, and we're supposed to pay attention and make sure we spend at least the amount that the state would allocate to us on those kids, which I think so it was like $3 million or something.
Originally.
But we're spending more. we're spending more than that for what we're doing, and we're more inclusive, we're including more kids. But like, when we're looking at the LCAP, we're trying to look for those underserved kids and things that we're doing that by supporting them, will support everybody, right? So, anyway, so like the items that we see on here they should be things that are supporting those students, right? Even though they're supporting all students in
That's correct.
theory, like we're really trying to like, in previous LCAPs, there'd be like $1,200 for tutoring these kids, and they track that data for 3 years, and I'm like, what? Why don't we double that? It's only $1,200, and they're like, there's all this minute data around that $1,200 they were tracking, but you could see like what a difference targeted intervention could make for those kids, so anyway.
And in our LCAP, where it says targeted, that is with those students in mind. So in our LCAP where it says targeted, that's targeted staffing and targeted resources that connect to those particular goal areas. And so when we think about that, that is all about those kids in those particular goals. They benefit from all of it, but that's where we're targeting specifically those particular populations.
Yeah, I just worried or thirsty about the data that is gonna come. I was thinking that it will be good for us to understand better the data when it comes. If we can see also per side and over the years, like 5 years at least, and understand, because we have been approving some curricula like math and science before, and it would be good to know if it changed the numbers, the fact that we're using a new math curriculum, if we did it right. Now that we are going to be approving a new curriculum for ELA, it will be good to know like when it stopped working, if it stopped working 2-3 years ago, or it's never worked, or like having a perspective of if we're going in the right direction, what is the strategy that we're using, and seeing it in numbers will be nice to make future decisions.
I guess I'm a little bit baffled at the moment, and I will be honest, because I think the last 3 presentations before this one actually included that data. We included benchmark data, we included how we're monitoring, we included what our metrics are and where we were currently in the big domain areas. Big domain areas being English language arts, mathematics, our attendance, our behavioral data. Those are really the significant metrics that let us know as a school district how we're doing. And also the progress we have made in math. Is it where we want to be? No, but it definitely showed some of that progress. And when you get the new data, you will see that as well.
So the next data update will be June.
That is correct.
So
Well, we don't
that's
have
what
5
we-
years because of COVID, so we've only
That
got
is
the last 3 or 4 years, but I think it was in there.
I think what we could do too is I think some of what we're talking about, like some of the interests we're talking about, is maybe looking at when we get the school site plans. Right now, we've approved them without like having a study session on them. So like if you have like where they're talking about what they're doing, what their plan is and stuff like that, we could also dig into some of those other reports that we have. I did have one more comment on the very first one before we start voting on it. The trusting relationships with students and families, creating a welcoming environment, that one. For the goals that we were tracking this last year around that, where it was attendance, we're talking about adding in like suspensions, right? Tracking that data, trying to see positive impact. And there was one more thing in that area.
There's our middle school dropouts, there's suspension rates, there's student expulsions, there's student discipline referrals,
Right.
and there's survey findings.
Right, so, but when I think about trusting relationships with students and families, like on this one, it says continue to hold the equity summits, but the fall, like whatever, for who, like there's questions around that. For me, I felt like the last year's engagement with the kids, and we got the comment back in packet review that, well, we took some of those learnings, we focused on student nutrition, school safety and bathrooms. You got a lot of good feedback from that, from what all those kids were empowered to communicate to us. But I feel like even though we switched gears and we said, well, we're implementing what they said, I was very, like, I would like to see that something like that come back again. Like, I would like to see those students, because the students felt very empowered, the families felt very heard, and, they seemed to be enjoying, they were like, let's go every Saturday. I mean, poor Paul, he did not want to do that every Saturday. But I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to lose, I felt like last year for the first time, a big group of, like, a couple hundred families, like a couple hundred kids and their families felt much more connected, like their voice was very intentionally heard. And we used it for the strategic plan and that was great, but I would like to see, I would not write that off as like, oh, it's just a summit, it's just like once a year. I like the other stuff that was happening with that, so if that number 3 is something that we're supposed to be voting for, I would not consider it as like a one-time thing. I liked all the work that led up to it,
So what I'm gonna ask, because I really want to be sure you get to all of these areas and understand the process, because I think it'll answer a lot of your questions.
Okay.
And then if it's not, then let me know where the gaps are, and then we can incorporate that and either come back and get more questions. So I'll just kind of walk you through that so we have clarity. So first of all, we have our goal areas. These are key actions. So in the strategic plan, there are signature areas. Within each signature area, this is 1.1 here. There were some key actions. So in every signature area, there are key actions. These are the key actions that came from the strategic plan process. The areas in bold are what we identified to focus in on our first year. And so we've continued, so those are the areas we're focusing in on in different ways, and I can explain any of these, but these are things that we have been working on in multiple different ways. So these are the actions. The idea for the actions are so that the goals that you're trying to accomplish get accomplished. And how do we measure that? We measure it quantitatively and quantitatively. And the way we do that is our metrics that are in the LCAP, that's one. And then we also have some identified metrics that are tied to our strategic plan. So that's our measuring stick. And then our survey data input that we're getting from our students and our families kind of lets us know how we're doing, where we're missing the bar, how we need to refine to improve the process. So for all of these where it's bolded, you'll see it says year 1, because this year is what we use this information to decide how to take actions, what to do. You can't do everything. So what would have the most impact? Getting back to your question, Peggy, we put a lot of time over here, not as much as we wanted to, but we knew this was an important section for us that we needed to do more work on. And then you'll see very much so in this particular area, which is around data-informed professional collaboration, which is tied to our big area of supporting academics for students. So you'll see there's a lot that was going on here because we know that that is an area we must do a better job in. The other things are really nice, but if kids are not reading and doing mathematics, we've got a problem as a school district. And so we have been putting and we'll continue to put things in here. So the areas that are bolded doesn't mean, oh, we had year 1, we did that and it's over. That's not what it means, but it means that that was the priority last year going in. We continue with the things that we have been doing, but now it's like in year 2, what do you add or filter in? Year 3 or so forth. So the exercise today is one for you to become more familiar with the key actions. You can either say, yes, let's do that year 2. I've given you stickers where you can put a year 2 on there if you think it's year 2. If that's where you're like, whoa, too much for me, then you can use your little stickers I've given you. A green is a green light. I think that's really important. Yellow is, well, that's good, but I don't know how it's resonating with me. And red is, it might be good, but it's not like, I don't think it's like the main key action. So however your brain works for this process, you can use either one of those stickers to kind of, as you look through each of the goals, what resonates with you as you think about the data. Because you have seen the data. You may not have the most up to date, but you have enough to inform whether you think that's a priority for where we are as a school district. And then you prioritize these in these areas where you feel that should be either where we put more emphasis, whether that emphasis is in resources fiscally, or is in how we are structuring and doing things. So this would be the opportunity to weigh that in. If you see something that's not here and you say, why aren't we doing A? Then, we'll have an opportunity to hear what that might be, so we can bring that back to larger teams, get feedback. We'll be doing this with other groups. I put surveys out to families to get input. All of that will come in, that'll inform our LCAP. If we need to make some revisions to our current actions, like if something needs to go away, or maybe something needs to go in, or we need to do more of it, like all of that will be informing the process. And so that's what we're doing here this evening. So, questions?
The key actions,
Yes.
are those written into the strategic plan or those?
These are directly from the strategic plan. These are what the
Okay.
community came forth with, and that's what we're using to guide our practices.
So if all of the ones on the far right on the bottom are highlighted and we're doing all those things and that's to improve student outcomes, how do we do more? Because I'm looking at like the Hispanic data for math, and we're looking at 21% proficiency 3 data points ago, and then 17 and 15%. So the trend is not the right way. We're looking for at least a 10% increase in proficiency. So I don't know how to say, can we pivot here? I feel there's so much urgency in not meeting the needs of these specific students, and it's not just the Hispanic students, but when we look at all of our groups.
So you might want to put a green then on mathematics, which is here, right?
So you would look at,
Are there key actions that are not listed that we could consider? I guess
That would
that's
be
what-
second phase, or if there's something you think of tonight that you think is a great key action we should think about, and I can bring that to the larger group so we can get feedback on that. So I think we have to start with what, where we said we would start, and then go from there.
So also, for some of the key actions that are highlighted, that are in bold, there are some like the equity summit did not happen, I know you said there was another activity that happened with a different group. And then an LCAP advisory group came out of that, but the focus on the Hispanic community family engagement was not the same as it was the prior year. And so I'm wondering.
I have to say though, but it
Yeah.
wasn't because that's what families said. It wasn't like we just
Yeah.
shifted it. The families told us what they needed and what they wanted, and that's what we've done. And the connection to our families has been the same. The difference is it's not this big culminating big
we
event.
need to see it less.
That's right, but the parents are seeing it on an intimate action level of what they asked for, and they've demonstrated it's what they want by their participation.
Want to do a little bit of a time check? How long do you think this activity will take?
So it depends on the level of questions we continue to get, but, so, in all
I want to
honesty.
make sure they have a chance to.
But I
do
think,
this.
I think the example, let's look at that's the thing that matters
That's
to
what
you,
I'm
then you're gonna
asking.
put a sticker, but I think,
Sure.
I think that people put stickers on the things that matter to them most, and then that might lead to a little bit of short discussion.
Sure.
So like you would put your stickers there, and then you would share, hey, I think this is something I would like to see.
I just have a quick question that I asked during packet review is like, how is this LCAP gathering time, and how is the board's time different than the other engagement sessions that you've had regarding the
I'm
LCAP?
sorry, I'm not clear on your question. Can you restate that?
How is the board's input regarded differently than other input?
It's not regarded differently. It's all considered and integrated into all data to make a decision.
So then
Of course, you get the final approval, the LCAP.
Exactly, right?
to make a decision, I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't, okay, alright, so let's go do it. So you want us to
Okay,
just
can
go over
you-
and read, or what's the process?
Just
The
come up-
process is,
stickers too again.
yes, if you're processing better with your stickers, if you need more, you can have them. If it's a green, I think that's a high priority. If it's a yellow, it's in between. If it's a red, not so much for me as a board member. If it's something you want to do in year 2, then put year 2. I think that's really
Year 2
important.
is meaning year 25, 26 school.
25, 26 school year.
There are so many stickers though. How many of these do we get to put up there?
Well, I think, so it's mostly these and then year two.
And year two,
So
year
ignore
two.
the
And if
other
you think,
Okay,
and-
just
and-
checking.
No, no,
because that's all
no.
I'm
And
curious.
also, for example, you may not think it's a year two thing. You may say that's further down the road and you want it to be year 3 or 4. You can use your sticker for that as well.
Lots of options.
All right, like that.
Run over there.
Because everyone processes differently.
Yeah, I was guessing. That was my guess. Okay.
Something's not clear, you have questions about what it means, like PLC is professional learning community cycles.
So green means,
It's really important.
and red means.
Not stop, it's not as important.
Like, red would mean I don't think we should prioritize this next year.
That's
But
great.
not everything gets a sticker.
Well, because you may not think some of it needs the sticker, and if not, then don't put a sticker by it. But at least this way I know what you think is most important.
Over here, this one has nothing.
So I was looking at this.
I think she's being more individual.
Well, I'm saying, but if it's not included here, so I think we just.
Okay, you do that.
Definitely think about that in that way.
Oh, there. Whatever you talk about, you love to be honest, so we're not, go for it. Tasha, what would be kind of the difference between 1 and 3 on here?
Well, one's kind of the process and implementation across the district, and then this one was the actual training to get them to do that.
Okay, so this is like the more in-depth training.
Yeah, so that we can start doing this, which this is what we
So they
want
kind of
to
are connected, so when it says the right tools and resources to implement it, I was like, it's not, the tools and resources are kind of not, they are.
Yes, and this, yes, and this is the training in order to utilize tools and resources.
Natasha, what is this one, the number 3 on this one?
Grade level performance status, like progress monitoring, like additional, instruction, interest in online resources.
So they wanna see if you care about it. Like,
Some type of intervention.
So like MTSS is like, process to recognize, it's like education, it's this is a lot of business strategies and this is so after school energy.
Okay, so then like this one right here, so like this one and the 2 right here, we can really kind of turn one right here, right?
Yeah, they are connected. They are connected. Well, this is kind of what provide what the professional development is going to be on these particular things with the emphasis around rigor. And then this one is truly about implementing the DDL with our admin.
So this will be like one little piece
Of that, exactly, exactly.
But I think what's generally hardest for me going through this stuff is like
what are the themes of all of these that research shows? Because that's where.
So like I've heard by media, but I actually don't know like how.
And that's the part of the problem with all of them is just how do we do. I mean, that's the big, that's the.
Fidelity at the end of the day is
It's the part of the problem.
but then still within things, right, like there are.
Well, I will say,
I would, right, like data analytical breaks as well.
I will say that most things that are on here have some proven efficacy to them. On
Yes, they
improving
put on
outcomes.
the
Exactly,
training,
exactly.
yes, but like which ones, like
Now, which one
generally,
is the one?
usually, or just the ones that are like generally, these ones are, right? Like, if you were to go in a room with like 50 like
You
administrators,
would get this one.
50 administrators,
You get this
well,
one.
they wouldn't be able to easily say these are.
That's
Like, they would-
you wouldn't get to 5, so yeah, you wouldn't get to, yeah.
That's why we can't solve the problem. Like literally, like, I think I
Because
could
it
have
does
stickers.
vary. Depends on grade level, depends on kid. So there are differences, and that's what makes it work hard. It's not like a construction. Yeah.
Where would be a good place to write in after school, additional extended time? Or
It's on one of these, I feel like I read it in the
Yeah,
packet earlier this
but
week.
not like extra, not like happy joy, like extended.
You don't think it's any of these ones?
Because I'm not talking about just enrichment, and I'm talking about like after school daycare, after school tutorial, more summer school, like extended time in general for academic.
Well, yeah, that would be these. And that would also be over here where we talk about.
Enrichment, that also is enrichment goes.
This one. So within this one, it's not explicitly stated, but it's there, but if it's not how it's resonating with you, then I would just say, write that out.
Like,
Academic recovery.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so more intervention, is what you're speaking to. Yeah, and you're speaking to intervention, yeah. Okay, so we don't have time to talk about that.
Where would intervention be?
So that's some of this, yeah, outline and
Timing in
stuff.
school, so there's timing in school intervention, so that you maybe
But after that,
like extended time intervention.
right.
I don't know where to put it. But I'd like to see more equity-based resource allocation. Where can that go? In terms of like,
Tell me more when you say that.
what if we were to, like, for example, like his goal is saying, looking at school sites, across school sites, like there's differences in data or different student groups. So for those that have more needs, more resources or some kind of different intervention in that way.
I guess we could speak to it more, but the LCAP is actually outlined that way, so when we say target resources, those are additional resources that are specifically going to intervention.
It's academic.
So in what way can they?
Whether it be through social workers.
Oh, I mean,
Coaches.
academic.
Instructional coaches who are supporting.
More instructional coaches at school sites, which is higher.
Not as schools, but the resources targeted to the kids, not just schools.
Yeah.
That's how it is. So what you're saying is,
I wanna say
every schools get
like,
more.
I want to, yeah,
Okay.
and specific populations, you know,
Well, the population is covered.
okay.
The health
Well,
officers.
then I guess
School
looking at the
site.
school site, because then we look at the SIPSs and we approve them, but I mean, I don't think, I haven't seen an opportunity to. But this, like,
Like this is
I feel like be looking across SIPSs at how they are addressing the LCAP goals. And I feel like the district's role would be to apply that equity mindset, because you're seeing
Right.
each of the
So
different sites.
they have criteria, just like we have criteria for the LCAP.
Uh-huh.
They have certain groups they have to identify. If there's attendance individuals, for example, who have attendance issues, they have to address that in their plan. So whoever's an identified group from the site has to be covered in this.
Yeah.
So that is, so you need that, you'll see the writing down.
Yeah. Yes, I guess just coming back to if you're higher needs, that's their.
This is actually.
Okay, learn. Okay. There's no way to break on.
Red is, it's good, but it's not that big a problem.
Yeah, so like something's been home at all times. So like.
Sorry.
Like, do you really want us to use yellows and reds?
I would, no, I do want your input, for sure, but if that's not
Like, if I
critical
was
for
in my
you,
brain and if you too, like.
that's, no, it's not, it's just what you care the most about, that's fine. I just wanna be sure you can have full input. You should just put 1, 2 on the item, because having 2 doesn't, you know. So each person, if that's a priority, you just put 1 per item, not multiple on the same.
It doesn't like, but no, the green.
Oh, I thought everyone had put their.
Well, but I'm saying like the fact that you got, like, I didn't put you there, you got 6, 4.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's like fine, but I just want her to know, right?
Yes,
Like,
yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you really did. I got you.
And my green's gonna drop.
I see.
Alright, okay. I got
Let's
nothing.
go.
I think Dr. if you want to take it only at one side. Board members. That would be an issue. Yeah.
That was my whole thing from the last thing. That was my whole thing, where it was like, okay, if somebody puts all their stickers on one thing, remember?
Yeah.
Mike teased me about it as
Well,
well.
it's not so much too, it's one way, it's just the different ways of getting the information.
I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you.
Let's take about 4 more minutes, and then we can conversate about it. I'm sure you will figure out something. Sure.
For my.
The works. Except for what works.
We're just like a few things here, so tell me about five things with the left to work with values. Right?
I got you.
That's what I
Gonna
want.
do this.
Okay. I'll put you on that.
So we also have. Yeah. Okay. Like if it's necessarily. You know what I mean?
No, but these are like, if our priority is.
That's the exact.
Like, I don't.
Figure out mine, figure out mine.
Like, if we're talking about our community as a whole, absolutely.
That doesn't.
Where we find our time there.
Yes, exactly. You're right.
They are, like, what else can we do?
Yeah.
So where did the key actions come from?
The strategic process.
Yeah,
The
and then
different
where
groups.
in the.
The different groups, or how we had the different groups. They came.
So it was that, these ones would have been more staff, less outside community knows less about like,
Instruction,
what's.
the instruction.
So it'd be like staff at different levels.
I got my green.
No, it's not.
You get your grades in?
I just, one of the committees that's probably really important, I was like, that doesn't sound that. But, there's probably like someone's whole life is. Okay,
Make it like
Okay.
who is this one red thing?
As you're getting back to your seat, I was processing the data as you were prioritizing some of the key actions. And there's one in particular I want to take a little time about because I feel there's a disconnect between the recommended action and what we say is most important. So under goal 2, we've added daycare. So just hold that thought, but yet goal number 4 is what we say is a priority, instructional outcomes for kids and so forth. I'm not seeing the correlation between daycare and what kids need during school to be successful. And so I wanted to take a little time to understand what are you processing as a part of that connection, and because I'm not seeing that.
We can start with, who wants to start?
Sure, well, I think we put daycare tutorials and instructional extended day. There was the concept of that one. And
So can we move out daycare from that? Because I think daycare and extended time and intervention are quite different. So I would want to separate those out because I think they're different things. So I would want to understand that.
Okay, so one thing that we heard from the community in general is, I'm gonna let Evelyn and Peggy speak as well, but we did hear the need for daycare, more after-school care for our students, and the idea of having the opportunities for us to push in and utilize those, utilize the time, right? Because they're on our school sites, and it just gives us more flexibility to push in with time. And then additionally, if we could, I think if we could add additional daycare, it would also, we had talked about daycare as an option to possibly increase our revenues, right? If we had sliding scale daycare, because there's such a deficit, that then we would have potentially over time, not immediately, but over time, more revenue to do some of the other things we need to do. And the third part of that, as I understood the conversation from before, was just to have the families feel more supported and more connected to our school sites. So, and if there was actual intervention going on, it could support our teachers as well. Someone's phones. Okay, but Evelyn, Peggy, I know you put stickers on there.
So can I ask the board to clarify then? So would it be fine then with what you just described to remove daycare from that? Because I feel like they're separate. I understand the rationale for daycare. Is it still a green, or is it more of a yellow, or is it just separate? Because I do feel like in your questions before the activity that the extended time, summer school support, and academics is higher than the daycare.
Can I just mention that I put my green stickers on the daycare because I was thinking of that as after school care. So for where kids can go that don't have parents to pick them up right away because they're at work. What do parents and families do? For example, like with KLAS, they're cutting down on students, and I just wanted to know where students can go, what we can do to help families that don't have an after-school babysitter, basically.
So great clarification there. So one clarification, we're not cutting down on our after-school programs, but we're reprioritizing our ELs and the groups that we must identify first. As a result, that means less opportunities for families, students who don't meet that criteria. So my follow-up question to that, just so I know how to take it back to teams and process it, is should we prioritize additional opportunity and spaces beyond what we have funding for after-school intervention supports for students? I want to be sure I'm clear from the entire board that you say that's a priority.
Heidi?
I think the concept that we talked about was using that after school time to and the time with students after school on our campuses to provide intervention services as well. So to kind of take advantage of that time where we can continue to provide a service for families, providing care for the students while also doing data-based intervention. And the concept had been to that it would eventually be generating like an income generating model since it would be sliding scale. So that's what I had in mind.
Thank you.
So it's not, I would just, oh, Isabel, did you wanna say something? I would say it's not, like if we could, because there is just a shortfall of after-school programs, like we've heard from people that that's a barrier for them to sign their kids up for summer school even, right? Or to sign their kids up for other after-school programs, like we put transportation in place for later programs. I mean, we are really trying to get the kids to stay after school to participate in those things, but if we had a regular daycare, then maybe some of the middle school kids would be less utilized as daycare for their younger siblings, you know, I mean, it could really support a lot of issues. And if we incorporated, if we leverage some, not, you know, a little bit of intervention during that hours because they're there on our school sites. So it's not exclusively intervention, I'm not saying that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we just had them there for that time, that would be really beneficial for our teaching staff as well, right? Like I'm sure it's be a little easier pill to swallow that we're utilizing their rooms for that. That's not the only thing I know we wanna talk about out there, but does that
Yeah, I think the others were clear. It was just there. I needed to be able to cipher that out to have more understanding so I can take it back in the appropriate way to get more feedback on it.
Michelle?
So I think I'm in the minority, so it's fine, Greg, you're getting 4-1, so, but I just wanna share my perspective, before we move on. So, I think for me, when cause I actually noticed it and made a comment to Tasha, and she was like, that's actually something I'm gonna ask you guys about. But for me, when I look at it, I think, okay, daycare, I don't disagree is like a problem and we want to support families, right? But to me, that is a more community, like that is something that is super important. So maybe like if the 4 of them say that's the priority, but for me, the priority on the school board would be academic achievement, right? And from my perspective, daycare is probably one of the least effective ways to improve academic achievement. For me, the school day, like extended day things can be helpful, but from my perspective, in the school day, full fidelity, best practices, that is where I would want all of our focus and priority. It's not that I don't think daycare and extended things are bad, they are beautiful, and if we had unlimited resources, I would say focus on it. But for me, I go back to we can do anything, but we can't do everything. So from my perspective, I know I'm for one, so we don't even have a debate on it, it's fine, but I would just prioritize academic over daycare extended day.
Okay, so any other thoughts on this? And we are gonna move on in a second. I did have one final thing I wanted to say, but do anyone else have something they want to say?
Yeah, something I mentioned was I'd like to see an opportunity for resource allocation based on equity. So based on data at different school sites, providing more resources for those populations or for those specific school sites. Or rethinking the way that we approach instruction there, because when we're looking at the numbers and the trends, it's very concerning. And I worry that the highlighted ones that we're already implementing over there on the bottom right are not sufficient. And so, you know, when I attend Masters in Governance, we talk about what's working in other school sites, and I have heard about literacy task force or math, you know, has specific targeted thinking around how to approach differently, innovatively, and how to also allocate our resources in that way with equity in mind. I'm concerned that we don't have a system by which to equitably address our populations or school sites that are not doing as well.
I will definitely note that, but I do want to also say that our current budgets this year, on the work that Mr. Cuffey and I did, budgets were actually established with an equity lens. And so allocations from school site to school site were made based upon an equity allocation, just so you have that additional clarification. But I do understand what you're saying, and I've made a note, but I want you to also know that we do have a formula and we are actually applying it to our school sites.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see more information about the formula and the application of the school sites then.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, and then my sort of final thought on this is that some of these data points for like the trusted relationships with students and families are very clean, right? Like the attendance one, super clean. Suspension rates, got it, right? But the work in that space, I think, is like tangled, right? Because people have individual needs, and then there's other pressures, of course. There's like a lot of different things happening, and it takes a lot of work and time. And so I just want to make sure that, like, if we are doing things that are to like really support our underserved families and students, that we go after that really hard stuff, the spaghetti. You gotta go after that instead of because it's very tempting to just say like, I know we're out in there in the spaghetti. The school districts are doing the work, right? But like we've gotta figure out a way to, when parents are asking for affinity groups that are district-wide, right? Or there's efforts that are going on between some schools, and like how do we get those best practices to other schools? Those are the things that I'm interested in following, as well as the neater number. Any final thoughts from people? So we can get our things rolling. Go ahead, Vicki.
I just want to reiterate that my guiding metrics are the SBAC and NWA, like the national and local indicators for proficiency in both math and ELA. And I have a lot of concern about the trends, especially at, like, for example, my school site. And I wasn't here for all of the establishment of the key actions, but I think if we continue to trend that way, I wonder if we have to do something that's not already listed. And that's something that I would like to, consider innovatively. Like maybe there is somewhere to stop funding of something that we are doing based on the outcomes. Yeah.
Yes and yes, and just to kind of close this out here so you know what happened. So this information, again, is informing us. So the part of the process that you're speaking to is when we go through the LCAP, we have goal analysis. And so when we look at that data, we'll say, oh, we didn't do well. Why are we not doing well? We have to answer those questions. And then we have to talk about, are we continuing all actions? Are we changing action? Are we adding some actions? This informs the additional actions we may need to take. And it doesn't include just these, but it also includes other things that have come our way, whether it be from school sites, from the parent meetings we have, and then the surveys we're taking in. So we're going to take all that information, and that information will then guide what actions we should be taking or elevating in some way in order to improve those outcomes. But yes, that's exactly what this process is about.
And as a board member, and I'm not sure if I speak for the whole board, but I want to be part of that conversation when we're thinking about what's working, what's not, and thinking about the allocation. And from what I'm understanding, when I attend Masters in Governance, that is a role. So I want to be part of that. I would like to partner with the district in those ways.
The way to partner through the LCAP is when we bring you that June 4th report, that analysis is there. That's your opportunity to give us feedback and questions regarding the process or additional questions you may have. So that will be a part of that June 4th meeting.
If there are like other discussion, like
remember the study session, we can have a discussion session on topics out of this. This is like a beginning of a conversation. And so I think if we're interested in like looking at the board's view into the LCAP process and like where we fit in so that we can give feedback at an appropriate time, or like what kinds of information we're like as a board we need to look for, that would be more I don't know, it would be more what you're interested in looking for, what you're hearing from Masters in Governance or CSBA, then this is a starting point of the conversation.
As a full board though.
Yeah,
Right.
as a full board, right. Okay, so, well, thank you so much, Dr. Dean, for all the work you're doing and for this exercise.
Absolutely. Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, so we are on to item 4, which is very exciting. Item 4 is the oath of office. Trustee Evelyn Profeta was appointed by the Board of Education on February 25th. She was administered the oath of office at that time. Tonight, Trustee Profeta will be administered a ceremonial oath of office. The intent is to provide a more public acknowledgement and celebration of her appointment, since the initial oath of office occurred at the end of an interview and selection process during a special board meeting. So we will follow the oath of office with about a 15-minute recess for pictures with Evelyn's family and friends and brief refreshments. So why don't we step up and do the oath of office? Ready? Okay. Sorry. Thank you. So I am so honored that Evelyn has asked me to administer the oath of office. So now I'm nervous because I want to read it correctly. So yay. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Okay, so you can raise your right hand, please. And so, oh, wait a minute. Let me just confer with the superintendent here. Dr. Gallagher?
Yes.
So I just say hi to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Evelyn Profeta,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and to the Constitution of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Okay. You are now. So now we will take a 15-minute recess and plan to reconvene.
Want your picture?
We are absolutely doing a picture. Okay, so Lori, come on up and then we'll take a picture with your family. Thank you. First the board, you go in the middle. It's a great turnout for Evelyn.
Congratulations again.
Alright. Ready?
I think we're doing just us first.
Okay, got it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why am I counting to 5? 1, 2, 3.
And then here too, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, come on over.
Want to be in the middle.
Coordinated tonight. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Got it. 2, 3.
Wanna get the cabinet?
Oh.
Thank you.
Good job.
Oh, did you want, we can look at you. You wanted us.
Oh, I'm just taking it. Mine, this is the real one.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yay. Let's get the whole crew.
So
All right,
we can get a
all
picture.
friends and family, friends and family.
Oh, I can, yeah.
You're not part of that.
We're the family, we're good.
Extended family, and then you'll hop in.
Hey, they got it. You ready? Okay, her first.
All right, ready?
Your phone and keys are being shown. There you go, there you go.
Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Friends. Okay. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Portrait mode. 1, 2, 3. And then hold on, one more.
Yeah, do it close enough. Okay, do you want to group like friends and family? Okay, all of her friends and family, come up, everybody, anyone who is part of her group.
Yay. All right, I can see everybody. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, look right here, what's her name right here?
Oh, Grayson, look.
Grayson, right here. Everyone look right here, look right here.
1, 2, 3. Got
Everyone's
it.
looking that side.
Thank you.
Okay, ready?
This one.
Okay, ready? Right here. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he doesn't have it number.
I'm not a boy. I'm not a girl. I'm sorry. As soon as I did that, I said boy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Here's a shirt. It says, I'm a boy. I know. He saw Uncle Dan. Yeah, this one more. You got here.
I know he's like, I'm just
Oh, Go get treats. Go get treats. Take your mom over there to have your mom get treats too.
Microwave.
I know. Why, did you overcome it?
I sat here about that. And that one. Yeah. And then again, right in the budget, I was lost. And I was just like. I saw it at the clubhouse. I like to show
I do. You should not go everybody else.
Yeah, we went twice and we lost.
I know, maybe it's lack of.
And you were supposed to go.
We went at like 5. Oh, yeah.
You know it's 5:30 in the morning.
Great. Okay, sorry. Welcome back. Thanks for allowing us to celebrate Trustee Perfetta. It's very excited to have her on our board. So now we're on to item 5 on the agenda, which is comments from the board and superintendent. We can go down the line. Do you want to start, Evelyn?
I had fun this past month attending different things. I went to like a lunch and learned about board agendas. I attended the Project Cornerstone Asset Breakfast, and that was really fun. I've been helping with school organize our events like the walkathon, a STEM night. We had fun with our walkathon last Friday, and the weather was nice, so that was good. And I attended the LBNA board meeting and Zoom regarding equalization. Lots of information, but lots of fun too at the same time.
Thank you.
So I had a lot of site visits this past couple of weeks. I've been into Vargas with Trustee with Peggy. I went to SMS, CMS, and Bishop with Trustee I went to, we had some CLSBA meetings, some CSBA meetings referring to the Legislation Action Committee and the Hoffman Awards who are coming, and I think everybody can make it. And we're gonna talk a little bit more about it tonight. So in general, we've been very busy. I just wanted to remind that it's the Autism Accepted Month, but it's also the Refugee Month. Both very important months to remember and acknowledge that we did in our annual calendar.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've had lots of meetings, but not a regular meeting, and I have done lots of things, but this last week, there's been lots of medical related things for friends and family, so I'm a little bit not all there. And so I did not kind of, like, when she's out, I'm like, oh yeah, I went to that, but I hadn't really thought through, because I had a lot on my mind this week.
Hello, yes, it's been a while since we had our last standard meeting. I submitted my activities already, but some things that I wanted to call out were, I went to 3 different Masters in Governance courses, one Student Learning and Achievement, one about school finance, and one policy and judicial review. And I really found the school finance training very interesting and relevant. And I was really impressed. I've been attending with the new high school district trustees, Pat Carpio and Danny Choi, and their CBO attended for the express purpose of knowing how to present school finance to us new board members more comprehensively. So I was really impressed by that, and I learned a lot, and looking forward to more activities coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is on. Feels like it should be. So basically, in addition to the celebrations that Isabel mentioned with Autism Awareness Month, it's also Arab American Heritage Month and Celebrate Diversity Month. Wednesday, April 23rd is also a Holocaust Remembrance Day. So Sunnyvale students may see lessons or activities around any of these commemorations in our public schools. I'm gonna send in my my activities for the minutes, so we have so much on our agenda. I really wanna hear what everyone else is saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of brief announcements. First of all, this is for the board and for the community, really. Assembly Bill 1381 from Assemblymember Addis from the Central Coast is a bill that would provide funding for all districts, all students in the state of California. It's referred to as Universal Transitional Kindergarten, but it is not funded universally, and not all students receive it. So I think this is a good bill for support. I sent out some templates for letters that I hope that the board We'll review and consider sending letters in, and the public as well. I believe I sent one to SEF. I did this afternoon. And if you could send it through your networks. They're seeking input on this, I think, until April 23rd. I might have the date off by a day or two. But it's really important. It would make a big difference for our school district. And then the last item is Bridget today said, like, can you tell me the promotion dates, and then what are the other end of the year activities? And I'm like, oh, there's this, this, and this, and then I realized, oh, it's a big old list. So I'm not gonna list them all here, but I have it in the weekend update, which I'll send to you. There's a whole bunch of things between now and the end of the year. They're all fun, and they're all exciting and celebratory. And I remind the board, we're a team. We don't all have to go to all. It's great if we all can, but some representation of all of them is what is appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so item 6, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there is an official representative online, please use the raised hand feature if you wish to speak. Okay, seeing none. Item 7, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there's an official representative online, please use the raised hand feature if you wish to speak. And item number 8 is comments from the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. This is a new standing agenda item for the Sunnyvale Education Foundation to have a regular opportunity to update the board on the foundation's activities, news, or perspectives. The purpose and mission of the Sunnyvale Education Foundation is to benefit the students of our school district. If there's an official representative here in the room who would like to speak, or if you're online, you can use the raise hand feature. I see her.
Yes, hello, good evening. I am Michelle Eugenie. I am the president of the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. And on behalf of our board, we really want to wish our sincerest thanks to all of you who made it possible to carve out this time for us to give these regular updates. And as much as I enjoy public comment, we can leave the public comment time to all the other fabulous inputs that we could be hearing from our community, and we encourage that. Of course, SEF is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're our own independent organization, but we exist because we want to ensure a high quality education that is sustained, ongoing, enriched, taking it beyond the basics for every student in Sunnyvale School District. We exist for Sunnyvale students. And this month we celebrate our 10th birthday. And so we're pretty proud of the work we've had so far. We look forward to continue to give you some fabulous updates. We continue to give out money. I have 3 more checks to deliver tomorrow to the Bishop PTA, the LSPTA, the Vargas PTA, just happened to be a PTA giving time. We've got a big one going over to SMS as well. So all through the year, we're giving money, and we'll get you a total coming up soon once we kind of start closing our books, just like you are. And just a reminder for how we are a community organization. We welcome input, and we invite the community to get involved and share their voice. I've been thinking a lot lately about how at SEF, we kind of work with the head, the heart, and the hands, you know, where we're thinking through things. We give some critical feedback. We're all wanting the same thing, the best thing for our children. We're bringing that heart, right? We're here because we love it. We're passionate about it. Sometimes the passions rise, and, you know, we get really excited about things, and we got to work together to, okay, how can we make this really happen and practical? And the hands, we're on the ground here. We're in the schools, and we represent schools from across the district. So I'm pleased to represent this organization that is continuing to grow and evolve. And I want to invite everyone in the audience, listening up here on the dais, to our student showcase, which is on May 6th. It will be in the ballroom of the Sunnyvale Community Center. So last year we were over in the senior center. This time we'll be in the ballroom, which is just off the main reception area there. And we're gonna have performers and examples of the work and the benefits we've been bringing to students across the district. So please mark your calendars for the evening of Tuesday, May 6th. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I already have my ticket, so I'm ready. Very excited. Okay, now we are on to item number, item number 9, comments from the public. So this is a time to comment about things that are not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes total for public comments. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. I have several cards up here. If you're still interested, you can submit a card. I see we have 2 online. As a reminder, if you are online and you would like to speak on this item, you can use the raised hand feature now. As a reminder, per our board bylaw 9323, the board shall not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. During public comment, we encourage speakers to discuss issues with civility, to treat people whose opinions differ from their own with respect, and to focus on ideas, policies, and values. So we have
We have a third online.
Okay, we have 5 here in the room. We have 3 online. We'll do the public comments here first in the order that I received the cards. So we will start with Mr. Fernando Reyes, and then after that will be Gita Goluftica and Sujata Dor. And so we have 3 minutes whenever you are ready to begin. The timer will be on the monitor. Thank you.
Salus Populi Suprema Lex Esto, which means the safety of the community is the highest law. Your school district has failed to effectively implement and uphold safety standards, resulting in severe harm to multiple children, including my own. This gross negligence and breach of trust has jeopardized the lives and safety of our staff, children, and community. Leadership at the highest levels has failed us, including the superintendent and officials responsible for overseeing these incidents. Paul Slayton, the director of student services, has actively undermined policies and laws concealing damages. Individuals such as Paul Slayton, Rachel Boone, Superintendent Michael Gallagher, Principal Villapando, Catherine Armstrong, Tara Dean, and Officer Mello, along with other officials or board members who conspired, ignored, or facilitated this gross negligence must be held accountable. Their actions have jeopardized the safety and well-being of our students and caused extensive harm. At Vargas Elementary, a sexual incident involving 3 students occurred due to the negligence of Catherine Armstrong. Resource Officer Mello filed a false report to cover up this gross negligence. Officer Mello and Paul Slayton retaliated, attempting to solicit a trespass against me as a parent, followed up by Paul Slayton instructing the school district not to communicate with me. My son was being stalked at school by an attempted murderer. The school canceled an SST meeting and evaluation on me and retaliated with false allegations of abuse by stating that I was burning cigarettes on my son's body after a mandated reporter named Agnes Tang made a report of strong signs of sexual abuse. Additional allegations arose of a student sexually touching other students, which principal, Mr. Villapando, ignored. The parents say they were never informed. Later on, a young girl disclosed that Mr. Villapando had tried to touch her in her private parts inappropriately too. The police department excluded my son's testimony and video evidence from the investigation, seemingly to cover up the incidents at Vargas Elementary. Another girl attempted suicide, which brought up the allegations again of inappropriate touching and reconfirming the previous claims. I reached out to the parent who didn't know the severity of issues surrounding her child. In retaliation to my outreach, Paul Slayton issued a cease and desist order on the behalf of the Sunnyvale School District. Infringing on parental and constitutional rights. I had to file a complaint just to have a sit down with the recent IEP meeting. These individuals have manipulated the laws, fabricated false statements, including claims of cigarette burns on my son's body, and retaliated against me as a parent raising the concerns. Vargas Elementary and Sunnyvale School District must undergo a thorough investigation to address this negligence and malfeasance. Despite widespread awareness of issues through rumors and documented notifications to entities like the Sunnyvale Board of Education, Santa Clara County Office of Education, Sunnyvale Police Department, City Hall, and the mayor, no significant action was taken to prevent harm or fulfill their obligations. The failure of these leaders have caused severe harm to the children and eroded public trust and governance within our community. Thank you.
Gita Golokota, and then after that it'll be Sujata Dwar, and then Vasudha Venkatesh. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Ms. Watson, Ms. Brewster, Ms. McNaught, Ms. Clemens, Hublis Ramirez, and Ms. Profeta, and Dr. Gallagher, Dr. Dean. First of all, thank you. This is Autism Awareness Month, as you know. So
Speak up a little bit.
There we go. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very happy to be here for a proposal. My name is Geeta Golagota. I'm a parent of a student receiving special education services in Sunnyvale School District. And while I serve as district's appointed CSE rep to Northwest SELPA, I'm here speaking on my own behalf. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to respectfully request the creation of Special Education Advisory Committee to the Board of Trustees, a collaborative group of parents, community members, students, teachers, and staff working together to strengthen special education programs, communication, and inclusion in our district. Until recently, our district participated in a local community advisory committee, CAC2, with Cupertino Union, Fremont Union High school districts. This group met monthly and provided essential support to families through education events and direct conversations with the special education administrators. However, after a regional restructuring, CAC2 was merged into a larger Northwest SELPA CAC, which now spans 20 districts and meets only once in 2 months. As a result, many families, including mine, feel disconnected from our district leadership. In response, parents across 20 districts launched a petition for localized special education advisory committees in each district. This petition was presented to the Santa Clara County Board of Education on March 19th, and tonight we are proud to bring it to you. I've already sent it over email to you. The district level advisory committee would create ongoing opportunities for families to share feedback, ask questions, and stay informed. It would build stronger partnerships between families, staff, and directly benefiting our students. We are already seeing the positive impact of family engagement this year in collaboration with Chinchin, our district behavioral intervention services coordinator. Special families are helping organize abilities awareness and autism acceptance activities at 7 elementary schools and both the middle schools. Programs like Pre-Connect Friends and Buddy Program are expanding with growing parent support. A formal advisory committee would sustain this momentum and ensure every special education family has a voice, connection, and a place to belong. Thank you for always listening to parents. I request respectfully urge the board to support the formation of Special Education Advisory Committee for our district and also agendize this item for a future board meeting. I've already sent you the petition over email. We welcome the opportunity to meet with you to discuss how such a committee could take shape. Thank you so much. Amen.
Thank you. Next up, we have Vasudha Venkatesh. Then it'll be Margarita Dialek.
Good evening, Dr. Gallagher, Board of Trustees, staff, and fellow community members. My name is Sujata Dhar, and I am co-chair of Special Ed Committee at Cherry Chase and a district-appointed CSE rep to the Northwest SELPA, but I'm here today as a parent and resident of Sunnyvale. More importantly, to advocate for forming a special education committee within the Sunnyvale School District, one that brings together voices from all across 10 of our schools and creates a space where every student and every family feels seen, heard, and supported. I believe there is a strong and growing need for a local special ed committee that connects families, educators, and the wider community. Such a committee could be instrumental in fostering an inclusive environment, one that is rich with empathy, understanding, and acceptance, not only within our schools, but also within our neighborhoods. What I envision is a committee made up of parents, teachers, administrators, and community members working together to take the real action
This group could help educate and engage the community through events like we already are doing now, like Autism Acceptance Month, Ability Awareness, Peer Connect, and other initiatives like reverse inclusion that can celebrate neurodiversity to its truest meaning and build stronger and more compassionate relationships. But it's not just about events, it's about building a support system, a place where families can come together, share their experiences, and know that their voices matter, a place where trust is built and sustained, and ultimately a space where we can work together to ensure better education, stronger communication, and a more inclusive future for all students in our district. I respectfully urge the board to consider the formation of this committee, not just as a new initiative, but also as a meaningful step towards equity, connection, and real community growth. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to our students and families. It would mean a lot to us if the board members could join the special ed parents in open discussion on how we might structure and establish this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vasudha Venkatesh.
Good evening, board members. My name is Vasudha. I'm a parent of a student receiving special ed services at Columbia Middle. So as the other parents said, the creation of this committee would help parents feel connected to the broader community and help support inclusion programs like Autism Acceptance Month and Peer Connect. On a personal note, programs like Peer Connect have been transformative for my almost nonverbal son in 6th grade. Just because he's nonverbal, it doesn't mean that he doesn't feel loneliness, he doesn't express it. Sometimes I see him depressed, but then once they started the Peer Connect activity, he is in the garden, he is, he's coloring, he's making cookies with his neurotypical peers. So this kind of reverse inclusion is an amazing effort. So it doesn't make us feel like we are getting charity. It feels like we are part of the community. And so hence this committee will be really helpful for parents like us feel included in this community. Thanks for the opportunity to express our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and last but not least, we have a few online as well. Margarita Diolalic.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Margarita Paola Diolaliker. My daughter goes to special ed class at Cumberland Elementary K-2. I am here today to respectfully advocate for the creation of a special education advisory committee within our Board of Education. Families of students with disabilities face unique challenges, navigating services, understanding rights, and collaborating with schools to ensure that every child receives a free and appropriate education. A special education advisory committee will provide structured, ongoing space where parents, educators, and administrators can come together to identify gaps, share solutions, and promote transparency. This is not about adding bureaucracy, it's about building a bridge. Many schools in the district across California and the nation have successfully established similar committees. They serve as trust solution focused on forums that give voice to families and elevate the level of experience of students with special needs. An advisory committee will not have decision-making power, but will provide meaningful input and recommendations for the board, helping to share inclusive policies and benefit all the students. Inclusion, communication, and accountability, these are the values this committee will support. I urge you to consider this step forward in strengthening our partnership with families and prevent outcomes for students with disabilities. Thank you for your time and for your commitment with equity in education.
Thank you. We're going to move to the online comments. Aaliyah or
so first we have Lori, followed by Christine Hayes Lowe, and lastly Gabriella Condi.
Please go ahead.
Lori, go ahead.
Yes, hold on. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Lori Thomas, and I am a parent of a student at Columbia Middle School that has an IEP and vision restrictions. I am asking you to form a special education advisory committee for the Board of Trustees. This is important because the Board of Trustees needs to hear directly from families that have students in our districts about their experiences. You may visit schools, but what you see is not the whole story. For example, while my son appears normal, he has differences that are not visible to others. My son is in the general classes, but he has difficulty seeing all the classwork. So he sits closer to the front of the room at a certain angle because one eye is better. His online work is better because he can make the work larger as needed. Also, he is better in the morning classes versus afternoon. Why? No, he does not need glasses to correct his vision because he has nystagmus. Nystagmus is a condition characterized by involuntary, rapid, and jerky eye movements that can be horizontal, vertical, or rotary, and constant. Imagine trying to keep focused on your work while your eye moves around on their own. He is exhausted coming home. He also has no depth perception or 3D perception, so no baseball for him. Imagine going to take an escalator and it looks like a moving slide. How would you claim that? I always thought he was behind, but he saw a slide, a moving slide, not stairs. Or going to a game in PE where balls are flying around, but you cannot see them coming at you. Can you imagine that? Again, what you see by visiting a school is not the whole story. Please take action to create a special advisory committee so that parents or guardians can share with you directly about their experiences with their students at school, just like I did. I look forward to hearing back from you about any actions you will take to form this parent advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Christine Caslow, followed by Gabriella Condi.
Hello, my name is Christine Caslow, and I am coming here in support of the Sunnyvale parents. I am actually a parent in both the Mountain View Wisman and the Mountain View Los Altos High School District. I was part of the SELPA 1 Community Advisory Committee for over 10 years, including and I am currently the vice chairman of the Northwest SELPA CAC that was created in 21 school districts. It is not working for local action. There are certain things that we can do countywide, but it does not provide the same kinds of services and local help. So I and others wrote this petition and have presented it to all the school districts that are currently in the Northwest SELPA CAC, asking that there be special education committees formed in each school district for local action. We truly need local action. It allows connection with administration, teachers, and staff. It prevents miscommunication. It improves student outcomes, and it prevents potential legal action. Volunteers make student experiences better and help teachers and staff make a better learning environment for students in special education. I really encourage you to use open kinds of communication with parents, and administrators and staff can create fantastic experiences for students and improve special education in Sunnyvale. So please listen to the Sunnyvale parents who are speaking today, and they've all done an amazing job, and I am honored to work with them. I am the Mountain View Los Altos representative to the new huge SELPA CAC. I've worked with the Sunnyvale representatives, and they are amazing people, and they will do amazing things locally if you let them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, Gabriella Condi.
Good evening, respected Board of Trustees, Ms. Bridget, Ms. Peggy, Michelle, Isabel, Evelyn, and Superintendent Dr. Gallagher. My name is Gabriela Conley, and I am a parent of a student with a 504 receiving services in the Sunnyvale School District. I have also served on Special Ed Committee Chair for San Miguel PTA this year, and I read in the SDC classes. for Project Cornerstone. I want to request to create a special education advisory committee to the Board of Trustees. This will help promote better parent engagement, strengthening inclusion efforts with support for activities like the ones that were mentioned before, such as Autism Acceptance Month activities or tables. In San Miguel, we do not have a Buddy Peer Connect program that is active, to my knowledge. We have not been able to implement reverse inclusion activities or friends programs either, but we would love to. Special needs families need to feel heard and valued. They can find strength by networking and sharing experiences. This is a community that feels underserved and invisible, afraid and far away. It would be ideal that a committee is created to help us address our needs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you are taking notes of this request, and I hope we hear some resolution or some that actions are being taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does that conclude everyone online?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And Bridget, if I may, parents, the board can't respond because this isn't an agendized item, but I can tell you, I can say a few things. First of all, regarding the formation of an advisory committee, we actually think that's a really good idea. Director Ben Malrick is already working with Fremont High School District and Cupertino School District to do such a thing. And so I feel really confident that we'll have a really robust advisory committee in place beginning next year. And board, you might at a future governance team development meeting consider assigning a board member to that like you do other committees. I think that might be just for your consideration, something to do that might build a stronger connection between that particular advocacy group and the Board of Education. So thank you for your advocacy. We think that's really important. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on to the consent agenda. So any item on the consent agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. If necessary, any items may be reviewed for separate action. The public may address the board regarding any items on the consent agenda. So is there any member of the public present who wishes to make a comment on the consent agenda or pull an item from from consent to comment on it and have a separate consideration and vote? If anyone's online, you can use the raised hand feature now. No? Okay, I know we have a pretty full agenda. I did want to pull one item to quickly discuss prior to authorizing. That would be item 10J, the appointment for membership to the Community Bond and Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. I'd like to just quickly discuss that for like 1 minute before we approve it. Did I have a second to do that? So, or a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 10J.
Okay, and I second.
Okay, so I guess I'll have made the motion. So Isabel seconds. So all those in favor to approve the consent agenda minus item 10J?
Aye.
Okay, the chair votes aye, that motion passes. So for 10J, Kim, I guess in order to discuss it, we need a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve the discussion on 10G in the agenda and the J on the consent agenda.
I second. Thanks. So this is around the appointment of membership for the Community Bond and Parcel Tax Oversight Committee for Reed Myers, who's a former trustee who I know well. She's the head of a neighborhood association, so I think she would be amazing for that, and it's difficult to get people to volunteer for this role. However, I think in general, so I'm not opposed to voting for Reed for this particular thing, but there's a couple more seats coming up on that. And I asked in packet review because it seems fairly, even though there's community members at large and there's people representing like parents and community members. So everything's like all the different seats they all have different designations, I guess. But I've noticed, like, from when I was on that committee and then I was looking at the list, they're all pretty heavily Cumberland SMS area parents, right? So, even though Matt Runnings is a SMS parent, his kids went to Cumberland, and then who's the finance lady? She's so nice.
Christine Kelly.
Christine Kelly, her kids go to SMS and went to Cumberland. And then, Reed's kids went to SMS in Cumberland. So I think we've heard that
You want us to work for better representation.
not for this appointment now.
Yeah, these guys are great, but
Totally fine.
work on better representation across the district.
And what I would say is maybe it's more like finding those other causes, like, is it the time of day?
Okay.
Is it legally allowed to be on Zoom? Like, I don't really know what the answer is, but maybe it's not just, can you come to this meeting at this time of day, but like, because we've done it with trustee areas, we've gotten broad representation from across the district. And anyway, that's my thing. Does that sound reasonable to you not for this particular appointment? I'm okay with voting for.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the ideal, but we don't even have all the seats filled, so the priority is getting seats filled first and foremost, because we don't even have all the seats filled, and if we can get more representation, that is fabulous.
Well, the seats are filled, but like.
They're not all filled, there's open seats.
There's
one
open
open
seat.
seat.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that if the difficulty is like filling that position, because it's like one Friday a quarter, midday, like and maybe it's like a different kind of outreach than has happened before, but from some of our areas.
Yeah, we'll commit to that.
Okay, that would be nice. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to say, so I'm prepared to vote. Unless anyone else want to say anything about that, or?
No, I just wanted to add racial diversity as well as geographical. Thank you.
Yeah, and not just like for the sake of representing our community, right? Making it reflective. Okay, anyone else want to add anything or talk about it? Okay, super. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, the motion passes. Welcome to Reed, and thanks for doing tons of work for us with the team. Okay, now we are on to some fun stuff, which is presentations. We have item 11A, the Bishop School Focus presentation with Ms. Tara Lebrano, principal, and Dr. Tasha Dean, the Chief Engineering Officer. So we're ready when you are. Thank you.
I brought a cheerleading squad. Okay, yeah, see that's the way to go. Okay, and I'm just gonna figure out, I'm just doing green button, yeah, okay. So good evening, board, superintendent, cabinet members. It is a privilege to be here this evening to present a Bishop's proposed school focus. This past year, Bishop has embarked on a journey to identify our new school focus, and tonight I'm going to just briefly tell you about the process that we went through and then what we are proposing for the future. That didn't work. There we go. Okay, that works, there you go. So before I get started, I do want to introduce some of my committee members that took place in this process. They spent numerous hours discussing, researching, meeting with students, and visiting other schools. Some of them, in fact, most of them have joined me this evening, and I just appreciate the long hours that they've invested in this process. For those that were not here 10 plus years ago, it's only fitting to take just a brief look at our past, and then look at our present, and then go to our future. So in 2015, Bishop became a Leader in Me school, where we eventually became a lighthouse school, which sets us apart a little bit from Leader in Me schools. A lighthouse school generally refers to a school that has achieved outstanding results in student and school outcomes by implementing the Leader in Me process, which is a whole school transformation model focused on leadership and life skills. Students showcased their leadership skills and participated, go back one bit, too far. slide 4. Students, it's still, whatever. There we go. Students showcased their leadership skills and participated in a yearly leadership day where community members were invited to a student-led day where learning was showcased and leadership skills were displayed. But last spring, our staff and community decided that Leader in Me was not meeting the needs of our students, and we launched a process that would help us redefine our school focus. We started with a staff, family, and student survey that helped guide our research. So I want to jump ahead to this current school year. In August, we formed an exploration committee that met frequently to discuss the topics, research, and plan. During that time, we interviewed students, met with the community, partnered with the district, and then visited local schools. This process has brought us to the last stage of proposing our new school focus. As a part of the process, we looked at the portrait of a Sunnyvale learner and used this as a springboard in designing a bishop's profile of a learner. There we go. We asked ourselves, what skills and characteristics do we want our 5th graders to transition to middle school with? And in that process, we knew we wanted to highlight collaboration, confidence, creativeness. We just wanted a desire and a love for learning. So as a committee, we explored different options while continuing to keep our profile of a learner at the forefront. We were able to visit both Jackson School of Music and Math in Morgan Hill and Trace Elementary in San Jose. Although these schools were very different, it gave us a wonderful opportunity to look at the possibilities. During our discussion and research process, we wanted to ensure that we did not lose sight of our academic focus, knowing that our students have historically performed below grade level. The graph in front of you represents our NWEA reading data from 23 to 24 and 24 to 25. And this is the window from fall to winter in both years. As you can see, our data continues to remain approximately the same, and we want more for our kids. During our research, we were able to identify how the arts, specifically theater, impact overall reading performance. Students in a theater arts integrated group outperformed those without an integrated program in both reading and in math. In other studies, students showed a 17% improvement in their reading fluency, and we know that reading fluency is the bridge to comprehension. In fact, this year, we decided to implement what we call Reader's Theater into our 3rd and 5th grade intervention fluency groups, knowing that Reader's Theater is just one way to build fluency. This graph represents the growth that students had made over the course of the year. In fact, we were able to exit 24% of our students from this intervention group. I know the question was raised about the beginning of the year data comparison, and because this is a growth chart, it doesn't necessarily track the beginning of the year. But that being said, I do have another chart that shows the end of cycle 1 data, which was the middle of October, to the end of cycle 4 data, which is the end of March. And according to that particular data, we have 17% that did not meet, so at the beginning of the year, we have 17% that did not meet expectations. We had 61% approaching, and we had 22% that met. When we reevaluated at the end of cycle 4, although we still had 17% that did not meet expectations, that does not mean that they did not grow within that. In fact, there's only 1 student that did not grow. And then 43% in approaching, and then we had 39% that were meeting expectations. And so We're really excited to celebrate that growth. I know another question that was asked was, what does Reader's Theater look like? And Reader's Theater is a dramatic performance where students get to read scripts aloud. They focus on vocal expression and interpretation of a text. They practice fluency through repeated readings of the script, and then in addition, our students get to create their own props. They get to act it out and deepening their understanding of the text. They work collaboratively with the groups to perform, which also enhances listening skills. So what does this mean for our students? As we look towards the future, we are proposing that Bishop's school focus be primarily drama and music. So what does that look like? We have outlined a possible 5-year plan. Our year 1 plan includes a dedicated full-time drama teacher, 40 to 45 minutes of a drama per week per class, performing arts after school opportunities for K through 5, our continued musical production that we've been doing every year, performing arts field trips for every classroom, and then the possibility of helping our classroom teachers support intervention during that time as well. And then included in that is professional development. In year 2, 3, we want everything in bucket of year 1, and then we would like to add on some more classroom integration, classroom productions, and then a full-time music teacher. And then year 4, 5, we want to include everything for year 1 through 3 with a culminating event of having a 5th grade film festival. And so what that means is 5th graders are writing their own scripts, they are designing their own sets, and they are producing their own films. And so that's the ultimate goal when we get to 5th grade. We would not be able to do all of this without a substantial budgetary commitment. These are the projected costs for the first year, but as we implement our phased plan, there would be additional costs to consider. Bishop strives to create an inclusive and inspiring space where every student discovers their unique voice through the performing arts. By blending strong academics and artistic expression, we nurture confident, creative, and compassionate learners. And just as I close, I think it's important to always recognize our why and why we're doing this. And so recently, our students were able to participate in their School of House Rock School production. And while they were getting ready for this performance, I was able to visit a 3rd grade classroom just a few days, maybe a week before the production. And when I entered the class during some independent work time, students were working together collaboratively, making sure they knew their parts. They were singing the songs, they were practicing fluency, and they didn't even know it in a fun and engaging way. So it was a small moment that showcased so many possibilities. So I just want to show one student from our most recent musical. She had a message to kind of share with all of us.
To be in like drama and just because I want to perform in front of an audience, and my dream has always been a singer, and maybe I'm not ready for it yet, but I really wanted to start getting used to an audience. So I decided that if I join theater for the first time this year actually, that maybe I would get more used to it later on.
So I just wanted to leave you with a little snapshot, but lastly, I know, right? Rap seals the deal. If approved, our next steps include communicating with our families, where we are in the process, the plan for 25-26, hiring a full-time drama teacher, developing a scope and sequence and determining a curriculum with the drama teacher so that there is some collaboration in that process, and then making sure this is added to our plan for 25-20, our school plan for 25-26. I just want to thank you for your time this evening, and I also want to thank my cheerleading squad that's here in the audience. Ambitious looks forward to the possibilities of becoming an arts-focused school.
Thank you. So first, we're going to open it up to public comment. I don't have any blue cards here yet. If you're in the room, if you'd like to comment on this item, you're welcome to. There's blue cards. Well, they were right over there. I think they're over there. If you're online and you would like to comment on this item, you can use the raised hand feature on Zoom. And then we can actually, looks like there's someone filling one out now. So do we have anyone online raising their hand?
No.
Nobody online. Okay, looks like we're gonna have a card any second here. So as a reminder, speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments, and we need you to state your name and your affiliation for the record. Excellent. Okay. All right,
Hi.
Mr. Rutler, go ahead.
Well, I'm Judd Ratner. I'm also a Sunnyvale parent, a part of the PTA, and here with the cheerleading squad today. I presented actually on this topic, I think it was about almost a year ago, maybe it was in September. And I just want to say that I think that they've done an excellent job in how they have arrived at this particular proposal. I certainly hope, of course, that the board supports them in this endeavor. And the thing that I said at that time, and I think is just as true today, is that if you want to seriously consider yourselves to be a school, I forget if it's a school focus, school of choice, there's different terminology here. But if you want to be behind that, you have to have the budget and the resources and the commitment to this. So I emphasize how being able to have a dedicated teacher who is specifically there, not just to help the kids, but help also the teachers in being able to infuse this type of curriculum into their, into the entirety of the school. Basically, I guess it's really just in saying that you have to put your money where your mouth is. So I hope again that not only is this proposal considered, but that also that you can provide the resources to really call it a school focus.
Thank you. I see that there's a little confusion about where to submit the card, so we'll accept one more public comment. But since we have no one else online, be fine. So, Petra House.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Petra Houtz. I too am a Bishop parent. And I just wanted to share one more story. My son Dylan participated in the drama show this year. And it was amazing watching him as an avid reader get into this. But what was even more impactful was watching my first grader, who doesn't always want to come home and read. But then her brother's script came home, and all she wanted to do was read and become Shuli in Schoolhouse Rock. And just seeing this drive for something because there was a performance associated with it, because it was something her older sibling was doing, really lit up the desire to continue to read. And as I think about her peers in her class in particular, I really think that those are the sorts of inspirations that they really need in order to build the desire and the passion for it. We have incredible teachers building all the skills, and having those opportunities for further development, both inside and outside of school, would really help enhance our programming. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so board, we can just start our discussion. First of all, thanks Ms. Lebrano, and thanks to all the staff and the team and the parents and Dr. Dean for putting this together. But let's go down the line and hear your initial thoughts and questions or comments.
I move to approve.
We're not approving it. Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you. Everyone, go ahead.
I love your proposal and I like how it feels like it would help a lot of students, you know, build up their confidence and help with their life skills. And I like, you know, the video of the little girl and all the excitement that she has, and then hearing the story of the mom's kid at home. I'm just wondering about you know, budget and finding the money to have this program at the school. I mean, it sounds really lovely. And it would help a lot of kids you know, be more excited about going to school and learning and just building their confidence. And I feel like that's, you know, very important in children. I'm just more questioning about the budget. You know, are we gonna have enough money for the instructor, you know, the drama teacher and the music teacher? And we have you know, budget cuts and we have all kinds of stuff to think about. And then also other schools. Will other schools have this, or will it just be Bishop? And how will that affect other, you know, families thinking, well, why can't we have that? Kind of thing.
Yes, LeBron, I'm gonna take that one if that's okay. So.
Please do. Take all of them now.
That's why we're coming forth with the proposal. The team has done the work to, you know, see what would be necessary to do this. The school community has come with that. And so this is their creative or innovative way to look at a challenging solution that they have at Bishop with regards to reading and mathematics and just overall trying to push the growth of students. And so that's really what the proposal is for. We do realize we have to prioritize resources, but it's really coming forth for the board to provide that input and just kind of know what we want to establish. With regards to the resources, you know, if we decide to go with this and have the input to do so, then we know we have to prioritize other resources and make some decisions both at the Bishop level, but then also from a district level. Will other schools want it? We sure hope so, because we're planning for it to be pretty amazing. And then, but with that, it will be coupled with what we're trying to do with our Prop 28 across all of our schools. So it wouldn't be in isolation, because there would still be collaboration with our other sites on what we're doing, so we can learn and grow from each other. But this is unique to Bishop and what they think they can do with the resources that they already have, and then build upon those to create this program that may make a difference for students. So that's how we're kind of dealing with the finance side of things at this time.
Yeah, and another way to look at that is as we're exploring an equity-based, I'm looking at Arthur because he's really helping us with this, is an equity-based staffing system, looking at schools based on their needs, right? The numbers of students they have, their enrollment, the number of students with needs, coming up with a formula and then testing that formula against the real world. And then like, so this would be a choice that Bishop would be making about like, hey, we have a number of students with high needs, and how are we going to use our resources for that? So we're not done with the formulation of that, but that, because I think the question that you bring up, Evelyn, is really important. We really want this for Bishop, but every school would want it. And so another school might say, well, why did Bishop get this? And we need to be able to defend that. And so we're in the process of working on that, that equation.
And I think that it's also part of our open enrollment policy right now. So if there is a family who really want their kids to have this program, they will apply to go to Bishop first. So
similar to Fairwood.
Huh?
Similar
Yeah,
to
it's
Fairwood.
similar to what's happening to Fairwood. So that's the idea, that we will have programs of focus unless it's we have too many people who want to go there, then we will start thinking about expanding or something like that. But at the beginning will be open enrollment, like we do have. And part of my comment is that, well, I love this. I'm happy that we are finally getting here after all these years. The idea has been floating around. So I know that other school districts with less money per capita can do it. And I think we're smarter, we can do it better. I trust in our team and our district that we can not just do it with the money that we have, we can do it even better. And other districts that were mentioned, they have less money per kid and they do it successfully. So I don't see why we couldn't do it perfectly and successfully. If we're smarter and better and have cuter kids.
Agreed.
We can, we will.
Okay.
Yeah. So first I just like appreciate the like thoughtful process. Seems like there's been a lot of people and thought put into it. I didn't ask ahead of time, so teachers, if you don't want to, this is totally fine. If you do, you'll have a minute because then I'm gonna ask a different question to staff over here. I would love to just hear a little bit of teacher perspective of kind of this process and how you're feeling, because it's not necessarily a full new curriculum like the math that came 2 years ago, but it's similar-ish, right? There's gonna be new stuff, so I would love to hear if you're willing, but again, if you don't want to, that's fine. A little bit about that, but you have a second if you're willing, because I'm gonna ask staff just logistical question. Oh gosh, now I lost that one.
Looks like they nominated someone.
Yeah, I think they did.
I have this answer. Are you ready? If you're ready, yeah.
He's ready to go. Never not been ready.
Hello, good evening. My name is Margaret Walsh. I'm third grade teacher at Bishop School. So this is my 24th year at Bishop, and looking at like the data and how our kids have grown or stayed stagnant over the years, you know, being in the classroom and working so hard to help these kids grow their skills in math and reading and, you know, butting our heads against the wall. Like, we're putting in so much work, why aren't we seeing the growth? Working with this group and, you know, we have the slide, the profile of the Bishop learner. We really sat there and thought, okay, what skills do we want our kids to walk out with? And we talked round and round, and you brought up like confidence, and we talked about kids who could go into the community and stand proud and be able to speak to others and be compassionate. And looking at different focus ideas, we came to the idea of drama. You know, it teaches someone to be able to speak out and stand confidently and hopefully build those skills of reading and being fluent and all that. Now I'm talking, I don't remember what I wanted to say. What was your, what?
Well, just kind of.
Okay, the teacher lift, okay, yes. So as teachers, right, like I said, we do a lot in the classroom. So when we were thinking about what direction we wanted to go, we didn't want one more thing on the plate, you know? So we really focused on the teacher lift being minimal because we already do a lot in the classroom that would support this focus. So we were hoping that with the support of, say, a drama teacher and working together with a drama teacher, it would be a collaborative effort and it wouldn't solely be on the teacher. It would just enhance what we're already doing. So the hiring of the drama teacher the first year, in the presentation, there was more classroom integration in the second and third year.
Move slowly, yeah.
Yes, because we wanted to go slow to go fast. We wanted to make sure that we could build it up and be sustainable. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's not like lots of teachers that are super overwhelmed, like most are excited about.
When we talk to the teachers, I mean, there's always concern with change.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Always, but
Unknown.
I think we've worked really hard to put the teacher's perspective in it and speak to, you know, what would it look like for us.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Thank you. And then my question just, well, I kind of had budget ones, you guys answered those. Just logistical, like, do we have to officially approve this, or is it more we approve it through like the budget perspective, but then like you guys just make the decision, right, with support from the board clearly?
Did we approve Fairwood or the other ones? I mean, did your board?
Those happened
started
before,
Fairwood?
those happened before.
We did,
That's what
yeah,
I'm
the
saying.
Fairwood one was a whole thing because we had to change the policy for it. schools of choice and programs of choice. I think in this case, it would be helpful for the board to take an action, because then we know there's a starting point. So that's kind of what you were thinking too, right?
Yeah, just to be sure, I think if we were at a different time, it might feel a little different, but we do have a lot of priorities right now, so we want to be sure this is in alignment with those priorities. And if there's additional questions or actions from the input that you got this evening that you want us to follow up on or provide additional details to, then we want to do that, because we don't want to be sure you have the input you need to be able to be supportive of the programming moving forward. I think we're not completely there yet, but we've definitely been being creative with where and how resources would be able to come to do that. But we want to be sure we have the support to move forward.
Hello, thank you for all your work. I know how much you put into this. I asked a lot of questions in packet review about budget, and my questions were mostly to ask, are we sufficiently funding this? I want to make sure that we can have a robust program, and support the teacher coming in. I saw that the stated, salary was $172,000, so I was a little confused about that number, if that is for one employee and is.
That's the average cost of a teacher.
Including benefits.
Including benefits.
Salary,
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Total cost, average.
So some aspects that I also wanted to mention were making sure that we are supporting the classroom teachers. I saw that there was the call to have teachers pushed into other classrooms during that 45 minutes. I just want to make sure that we are keeping data and that is driven by also what the teachers see in their students and their needs. I also want to ask about in what ways we can be culturally responsive. The Bishop's population is about 54% Hispanic, and I think this would be a great opportunity to continue fostering a nurturing, inclusive environment. And I think that programming and even the hire of the teacher might be a good opportunity for that.
Yeah, I want to add on to what you say about that, because I just met with a parent who supports the Dance Folklorica, and she was explaining to me how being a part of Danza, a lot of the kids, their families are from Mexico and they cannot go back, right? And so the Danza program gives them an opportunity to like be part, it's in it for the families, it's like a reminder of home, right? And for the kids, they get to be a part of a culture that they can't actually go visit because their family just can't go back right now. So I think that's really important for the families that are there, for the populations there, to like really keep that in mind, that it's that cultural responsiveness is like just very, very powerful for the students and the families. And then to add on to that, you know, I think that it's gonna be a big lift for the individual teacher that we get, you know, because, you know, obviously, like, hopefully they would be multilingual, you know, hopefully they would be culturally responsive, but like, there's an opportunity for differentiation and inclusion, that from other, you know, from other places I've heard, you know, like just in general, like the last thing you want is for someone to say, well, that student could not participate because they couldn't get on the stage, right? They're in a wheelchair, they can't get on the stage, so they can't be in it. Or, oh, it's an English learner, so they can't read the script, so they're not included. And like, I think that like those are the kinds of things that like when parents or people hear about like after the fact, it's just like, you know, you just want to scream and cry, right? Like it's just infuriating at some level. So I know it's going to be I know this team is like very dedicated to this, but I really want to make sure that it's, you know, that all means all, and that it's very family friendly, because part of this is it's gonna get the parents there. Also, like, I think we had something where we had another situation where it was like, I think when we were first opening up after COVID, where it was like they were having events and it was like, could the parents attend? Like, who could be on campus for all the difference, like, is it a volunteer thing? Do they need to have clearance, or is it just a presentation or a family event where they can show up? And I would just really hope that like this stuff is categorized as like events and they can just attend and enjoy and love it. Did you have another question? Is that your question? You have a comment? You can keep going.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this opportunity that my kids go to Bishop too, so this directly impacts me. I want to think about other schools of focus. This is exactly what I was talking about when we were talking about the LCAP and strategic plan and using equity-driven resource allocation. And I feel strongly that having like innovative approaches towards this issue of, low proficiencies, let's take this chance, let's do it with really great fidelity and buy-in, let's keep data on it, and make sure that there is enough support and follow through and follow up with us throughout the years during this adoption period. That I want to also keep in mind, like Vargas as a science school and Lakewood Tech EQ, that kind of resource allocation and supporting them in their focuses as well.
Okay, well, I did find half of a green sticker. And I just want to state for the record that like, even though like in general, I remember that there was something about a grant writer up there. If between Prop 23 and other grants, if there's anything we could patch together to like fund this program even more. I was looking at it, I was thinking, God, 45 minutes at Fairwood, when we're doing a class play production, there's no way 45 minutes a week would be enough time. So I guess when there's a production, are there thoughts of like staging it so that like there's more intensive for some grade levels while they're performing, or will the classroom teachers be doing that? Like, how do they do it at the school you visited?
I think that it would be in development because we haven't got down to the specifics of those particular pieces. And I think, I can speak very broadly because Trace Elementary, the school that we visited, they're a much larger school. So I think almost 850 students, TK through 5th grade. And so the way that they have to do it, and they have all the arts. So they have, visual arts, music, and drama. So they do like a semester, students attend like a drama class, and then they like switch for the next semester. So it's not all year. And we actually got to attend one of the TK performances when we were there as a practice, and they did like a storybook adaptation, and it was the most beautiful thing watching those little TKers up on the stage, and all of them, going back to the comment earlier about inclusivity. There was an aide with a student that was on there that ultimately needed to be supportive at that time, and so I totally can see some of those opportunities as well.
And the other thing is there's other organizations that we also are consulting with to get ideas on whether they be short-term, long-term. And we're trying to look at where we could build some collaboration. So whoever the teachers are who are supporting the program, they also have some cross collaboration. And like I said, it won't be in isolation because the other programming that we're doing across the district would also be in contact and collaborating with Bishop as well.
So would you be starting on this next year one? Or is it the following year? Is next year a planning year?
25, 26 to start the initial phase of the programming that Tara generally give you an overview for. That would be the goal.
Well, I can't wait to hear more. Any more questions or comments?
I'm looking at the board planning document. It looks like this is to come back to us on June 4th for approval. Is that the timeline that we're looking at?
It was my understanding that we would not need to come back in June, but I'll defer to Dr. Gallagher on that.
Did we?
I don't know where we are. If we're coming back or not coming back.
I think what I said is I think we should.
Okay.
I think the board should discuss it and review and approve. I think we should have one more.
Just so we know that there's a starting point.
It's listed as consent right now on June
Oh,
fourth.
okay.
Well, it seems like by that point, like, it seems like tonight it has a little bit of like, we think this sounds great, right?
Yeah.
The unofficial direction.
Yeah.
But I would like to see what's happening. By June, you'll have more of an idea, right, in general. So, because there were some things where it was like, well, like, could we go to, like, could we see like a sample schedule? Like, what would this really look like? Like, how would this actually really map out, like, for the first year, or, you know?
But also, wouldn't you have to have a teacher hired by June, hopefully?
Yeah.
That's why I'm just thinking.
Well, we're in support of it in general, right? But like in June, we'd like to hear more. So it's not like, I don't expect that we would radically change direction. I think we're just thrilled and will help us evangelize it a little, you know? Right? Does that sound okay? So not on consent, at least review and approve. Yeah. Okay, I like that. I think that's appropriate. So excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for coming. Hey, okay, we are
There's
going.
more treats you guys can
Yes,
have. Please.
please.
Welcome to late.
Thank you for staying till late.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, we're on to review and action. We are on time, pretty much. So we're on to review and action item 12A, which is approval and adoption of the annual updates to home to school transportation plan, which I'm super excited about. We have Director of Facilities and Operations, Mr. Brent Burns.
All right, good evening, board, executive cabinet, members of the public that are all leaving.
We're more online, I'm sure. So there's one person.
Okay, so I get the opportunity to provide an update on the home to school transportation plan, accompanied by the home to school transportation report. And we have these slides that are going to guide us. So let's start with the home to school transportation plan. This was enacted by Assembly Bill 181, which set up the reimbursement for the home to school transportation program. That was then followed up by AB 185, which set up the parameters in which a district must abide by in order to be eligible to receive 60% of the reimbursement for your transportation costs. So some of the parameters are having the board adopt the original initial home to school transportation plan, which took place back in 2022. Every subsequent year by April 1st, we have to provide updates to that plan and have them posted on our website, which district staff accomplished by March 21st of this year. Now, a little bit of background in regards to our board policies and administrative regulations for the board members that have not been here in the previous years. So we have board policy 3541, which sets up the priority zones in regards to registration. The top four that we have here in Sunnyvale are safety zones, walking distance, socioeconomically disadvantaged families, as well as English language learners. We then have AR 3540, which then further defines what those 8 safety areas are. Picture any area that a student would have to walk to school and they'd have to walk across railroad tracks or a multi-lane thoroughfare exceeding 35 miles an hour maximum speed. We have 8 of those across our district. Now, the first 3 years of this inaugural program, we have focused primarily on priority 1 as well as priority 2, due to the amount of students in each one of those priority areas. Right now, as of this year, we have 719 students that qualify for transportation based off their residence being in a safety area. We have 768 students that qualify based on walking distance alone. For TK through 5th grade, that is a mile. For 6th through 8th grade, that is over 1.5 miles. Walking distance, walking path to school. Okay. Now, I jumped too far. couple things I wanted to highlight on this graph was that we have 8 walking areas that we've developed across the district. The campuses that are fed from those walking areas are Sunnyvale Middle School, Cumberland, Cherry Chase, Vargas, as well as Lakewood. Got them all. And now this is a little of before HTSD program and then after. Prior to the development of our home to school transportation program, we didn't have registrations. We didn't have documentation of the students that were riding our buses. After this program was initiated, we started our first initial rollout of how we wanted to try to do registrations. It was a cumbersome process that involved multiple spreadsheets, multiple departments, and a lot of time per registration. That year, 23-24 school year, we received just under 400 registrations, which is it's awesome. It's 400 times more than we had the year before. This next year, we learned from some of the inefficiencies that we had, and we improved. Right now, we have just under 800 registrations in regards to who's on our buses. So nearly doubling the amount of registrations we have received in one school year. Now, this year was a year of growth. Initially, we were hoping this year was going to tell the whole entire story of how transportation improves the educational environment, how it improves the experience for our families and students. We realized relatively quickly that 1 year isn't going to allow us to tell the entire story, but we do have a lot of information in regards to how we've expanded, and we do have some very interesting and unique storylines that are going to help paint the picture. This year is the first full year of transportation to Cherry Chase. 126 students registered from the Cherry Chase neighborhood. As you can see from the graph on the left, any student identified by orange does not qualify for transportation, meaning they live within that mile walking distance. The blue dots down below was the area that we noticed would be students that qualify based on walking distance, so we developed bus stops in that area and have since transported all the students that you see there on the slide. We took the same approach to Cumberland, taking a look at walking distance and then developing bus stops along the way inside that blue area. I will say that the work that Denise and the team have put into this has been extremely important, integral. Couldn't have done any of this without all the drivers on our team. We also expanded to Sunnyvale Middle School a little bit further. Over in the Vargas neighborhood, we expanded north more than we had last year. This year we have 70 registered riders from that area. And in order to accomplish that, our team developed a 2-bus transfer system. We pick up kids north of the tracks, take them to Vargas. We have an aide come out and watch the Sunnyvale Middle School kids as they get off the bus at Vargas. Then we bring in another bus to pick up everybody. It's the only way to move that many students with the resources that we currently have, and our team does it extremely well. We also expanded over in Ellis neighborhood. There's a high population of Sunnyvale Middle School students that live over in and around the Ellis neighborhood. So we expanded north again, north of Ellis, capturing a lot of the students that live over closer to downtown Sunnyvale. Now that was everything that we did this year. One of our tenets in the department is continued growth, continue to make a difference, continue to push the limits of what we did the year before. So with the same process and procedures that we developed the Cherry Chase and Cumberland attendance boundaries that you saw on the previous slides, we started to target areas that we asked either families from or feedback from the schools that they've heard from families on areas where students were complaining that they qualify but don't have service. And we were able to take a look at the map to identify students that qualify based on walking distance. What you see on this map is what we're referring to as a triangle. It's a attendance boundary that makes up Ellis and Sunnyvale Middle School students. The yellow road where the green map and the regular map intersect, that's El Camino. It's like El Camino, Fair Oaks, and where the Sunnyvale Community Center is, down over there.
Remington.
Thank you, Remington. So that is one of our target areas. I cannot confirm that all of these students will be registered, and I cannot confirm that we will make this work. That is our goal, to make that work. The other area that we're looking to expand to is this neighborhood here, Washington Park. We currently transport students over in the Vargas area. Students around this neighborhood also qualify based on walking distance. And that is going to be the heaviest lift of all the stops we're identifying.
Students from there to Vargas or there to SMS?
There to SMS. Those elementary school students in that area are Cumberland, and we currently transport them.
Well, that's a mix, isn't it? I think it's a mix of Cumberland and Vargas, that green square.
Yeah, so you have, sorry, I know
Yeah.
probably can't see me. This is all, like, I think this area here might be Vargas, but this is.
Yeah,
like,
and then the
majority
strip
is
down, that funny
Cumberland.
strip that we did too, yeah.
Is,
Yeah.
yes.
There's like sections, it's like split.
I don't know if there's any kids there.
Yeah, the new
Oh, yeah.
development over off of, yeah.
Find out if you try to change the attendance area, then you'll know. Don't do it.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
that will not be a me
Not
thing.
doing that.
Okay, so real quick, I wanted to include this because this slide was from last year's update, December 2023. This was the registration process that we had implemented the first year. We had listed the areas of growth that we wanted to see. Again, everything on this slide was from last year, 20 minutes. By the time we received a registration, it would take us 20 minutes per student to get them onto a route. Imagine that with how many students are registered. So this year I wanted to do a little compare and contrast. Perfect. Right now, we've got it down to 5 minutes. Some of the reasons are that we have implemented a software system that lets us send registrations directly to the families that qualify with 3 simple questions so far, and a link to our home to school transportation safety plan that outlines the rules and regulations and expectations of our students. We get that information, we already have it in the software system, and because our routes are already loaded in here, 5 minutes to get the student from the confirmed registration onto the actual buses. The other thing that you saw on this previous slide, student attendance recording. That is going to be the most critical part of our program to tell the story of how we can improve attendance and test scores. This year, we have RFID bus passes that students scan on and scan off when they get on the bus. It is not perfect, but it is far better than asking our drivers to record it all by hand. The mid-year onboarding, from what I mentioned in the first bullet, that has been much easier because we have direct communication to the families. And then lastly, the non-durable bus passes, again, addressed with the RFID cards. I will say that another reason why registrations have increased, and because we have direct communication with the sites, the outreach from the middle schools has been a big player. We would give them a list of families that we've reached out to via email, that we've not heard responses, they would follow up. So we did get a lot of more traffic that way as well. Now, areas for growth, 3rd year targets. We want to continue to increase communication. I'll give you a quick example. We have the capability of notifying families in the morning if we know a route's going to be late. It just takes time in setting up a system, which is what we're currently trying to do, systemize a lot of this. Bus downtime. In the report, I mentioned the downtime that we've seen in EV buses. We will try to improve on that. A little bit out of our hands, but that is going to be an area we try to focus on. Decreased driver shortages. So this one I place solely on me. We want to try to get some substitute bus drivers in a pool, right? So that it's a very difficult position to fill, a substitute bus driver. However, if we were able to get a few, it will decrease the amount of time that we're having our drivers double route. And then lastly, continue to increase our student service area. Okay, so we got 2 slides of highlights real fast. We're able to start after school transportation, which was awesome. Like something that the board had genuine interest in doing. The middle schools really wanted, so we're able to do it. And it's a lot in part to Arthur and funding that he was able to secure so we can pay our drivers overtime to make this happen. The downside is that we haven't been getting the attendance that we're hoping for. The middle schools are doing their part. They're messaging, they're putting in the scoops, they're putting on newsletters, they're letting everybody know, but the attendance just hasn't reflected yet. So we're hoping that grows.
You mean attendance on the buses?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we have 2 routes going to each campus every night.
You know, we talked to, Isabel and I went out to SMS, and that was one thing Vince talked about, the principal talked to us about. And he was saying, you know, the new sports seasons, like, didn't exactly coincide with when they started getting the buses, but they really felt like, as families started knowing that it was there, and the kids started understanding that they could get a ride home, that we just, like, he was hopeful that it would increase. If not this year, then for sure next year.
And I am hopeful, our whole team's hopeful, like, it's awesome. The 7 and 4 from this week, this was this week's attendance that I just took a picture of before we came over. That's the most students we transported in a single day from any of the campuses, was 11. And yeah.
For
okay.
both or just for one? Is 4:30 more popular than the later one, or?
On that day it was, so if you look at those numbers, the number above the slash is the 4:30, the number below is the 6 o'clock. So it depends on the day. Like Monday, you only had 1 kid at 4:30, but 7 at 6. On Tuesday, you had 7 at 4:30 and 4 at 6. I'm sure that coincides with like game and practice schedule, but I couldn't tell you the exact correlation there. Okay, so this.
It's tricky with this, well, I should say the sports, because like practices, a lot of practices end actually at 4:45, but then games, some games will start late. That's all super tricky. There's not a consistent time.
Yeah, and yes. So this was one of many highlights. The next one goes back to like the story, right? So thanks to Jonathan Watts and the information that we have here, we're finally able to start telling the story of how we can directly correlate this to our strategic plan in getting kids to campuses. So not every day do we get like that, like, yes, finally, like Arthur saw it on my face today. It was just like one of those things just felt good. So he was able to run the attendance data from Cherry Chase and Cumberland from this year, which is our first full implementation of transportation, versus these same students last year. And this is the data that it produced. There was a 13.3 decrease in absence, and I do want to clarify, I'm not claiming that this is all due to transportation, but it is a correlative, and I'm going to claim it. 13% decrease in absences, 55% decrease in unexcused absences, and then for the socioeconomically disadvantaged students at those schools, a 52% reduction in absences in SED, and almost 80% reduction in unexcused absences from that same student population. So this is like the first piece that we're like, okay, let's keep pushing, let's keep working, and it's like you can start to see it. So that is what I will leave you on. And before I say I'm done, make sure my notes. Yep. Okay. Discussion and questions.
Okay, first, we do have to go to public comment, so, is there anyone online? There's nobody in the room. Anyone online for public comment? Please raise your hand now. Okay, so we do have one person online. If you would like to join this person, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom. Okay.
So we have Jessie J.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, this is Jessie Jarecki. I'm a mom at Vargas and Sunnyvale Middle. And I wanted to first thank the district so much for this transportation program. I think it's a critical program. I've seen a lot of kids ride to Vargas who live across the train tracks, and I think that's amazing. My daughter started out riding the bus to SMS at the beginning of the school year, but she was unable to continue. There were two main reasons. One is that the buses are so crowded that she couldn't physically fit. I believe we are doing capacity for the buses as if the kids are little elementary sized kids. when in reality they're middle school kids who are often full-grown adult size. So they would have 3 of those middle school kids in a seat. And it was just way too stressful for her to be able to ride. The other thing was that the bus that left from Vargas and arrived at SMS almost always arrived after the first bell and sometimes arrived after the second bell. So if there was a way to have those buses leave a little bit earlier so that kids would not be so stressed, especially at a time when the school is emphasizing that everybody be on time, it can be pretty stressful to be so out of control of when your bus arrives. The last thing I wanted to mention is that I think the extra after school buses might be amazing. I actually have no idea where the route is. I have no idea if my kid could take it. She does a couple of after school programs. I never even knew this would be an option for her. So I would love to know where I could find out so that my kid could take it on a couple of days where I can't make it to pick her up after school. That's all. Thank you. So again, I want to say thank you. This program is amazing. I'm giving small minor comments, but like overall, I really think it's worthwhile. And I want to thank everyone who's involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? No. Okay, so board, we need a motion to approve before we can discuss.
I move we approve this agenda item. Do I need to be specific?
No, Michelle, do you want a second? This is to accept the report, to approve the report.
I said I'll second.
Michelle seconds, okay, great, thank you. Board discussion? Peggy?
Hi, I'm really proud of the home to school transportation, especially in light of the high school district, what happened with the VTA strike. There aren't many districts that are transporting students, and we are one of them, and I love the commitment to reflection and continuous improvement that you have. I just think it's great. I appreciate also the sustainability data that we're able to take advantage of that funding, which I know is no longer around. Thank you.
Evelyn?
I just want to say thanks for all the information. That was very helpful, Grant. I just have a couple of questions. How big are the buses and how many seats does it, or how many people does it accommodate?
Yeah, so max capacity on the buses is 78.
So was that the mom that just spoke, was it 78 kids full and it was, do you know?
Yeah, so I can tell you what I believe might have been the case. So usually we only fill buses with middle school students up to 52. We try to do 2 kids per seat. I can tell you at the beginning of the school year when I believe the caller, I forget her name, I apologize, but Mr. Ecke was referring to, the beginning of the year is the most congested, wildest time. So I definitely understand that, and I definitely could say that that was the case oftentimes where because the registration process is relatively new, you had a bunch of kids that either weren't accounted for, that we still had to move home during those first few weeks. Does that answer your question?
And is it just one bus that has, that goes the route, just the one bus that carries the 78 students?
No, so we have 6 routes, 6 drivers, 6 routes. Like I said,
One per route, sorry, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Like there wouldn't be 2 buses going from Vargas to SMS.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
But there are multiple buses that go from SMS to Ellis. There's 2.
And so when the buses are late, is it an excused tardy or is it tardy?
So we let the school site know, and I believe it's excused more times than not. But I don't want to speak for.
It's still stressful for the kids.
Yeah, and I will say, so that 2 route system that I mentioned from Vargas to SMS, those first, like I would say the first month, maybe 2, there were a lot of times where we were pushing it and trying to figure it out. And we actually developed the two bus route shuttle because we were getting kids there late. And it wasn't perfect for a while, but I will say with confidence in the last 4 months, it's worked out much better.
That's what I was gonna ask, because I knew at the beginning there were because we had lots of new routes, right? So there was lots of lanes happening more than normal, but we also were busing more kids. So that generally was fleshed out, and there's like, it's more rare now, like it'd be a rarity for a bus to be late.
It's more rare now. However, I'll say one of our drivers retired in December, so our team's
So that's added to it.
has been double routing since January. But overall, it's improved. The Vargas to SMS one is definitely improved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Isabel, do you have anything? No? Michelle, you're good?
Mine was connected to the one I just lost, so thank you so much for, and those like numbers of especially for like, you know, the lower, you know, income, right? Like that is phenomenal. And yeah, I'm sure it's not just you, right? It's the work that transportation is doing, and it's the work that the school side's doing combined, but it takes all of those pieces to get such great numbers, right?
Agreed, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And we're optimistic on numbers for the other campuses. It was just, these were the easiest two to pull because there was a clear delineation between pre-transportation and post-transportation.
Did you have anything? Okay, so my question was, somebody emailed me, they said if that home to school transportation is coming up for discussion, I know you said that like the more communication is gonna change or something like through those systems. They said, well, when it's raining, that's when the bus is late, right? Because it's raining and everything has to slow down because it's raining. But so would like parents be informed like through texting, or are you thinking this is email or a call? Like how does that, is it like an auto, like you choose which one you're gonna do?
So they would go through email because we have all the contact information from PowerSchool gets pulled into this, and we use email addresses for communication. So at least the way we are hoping to have it roll out next year is that it still is going to take manual entry. We have templates that are going to be built out. It still will require our driver, our lead driver, our operations manager, or myself to go in there in the morning that we know the route may be late and still send that email. It's quick, but it's still via email.
It's like
Sorry, and I don't know if I answered the full question.
That's my question, because
Okay.
most, like a lot of people, many adults do not have, like they don't really use email, like many like working families don't really use email, they just use texting. So is there like, I know schools do that, right, where they do like the robocalls
Like how hard
or
would
the
it
texting,
switch
like
that system?
is there a way to do texting for, because like I said, like a lot of the working families, that's what they use. The emails aren't.
Can I say I'll look into it?
Yeah.
I don't doubt that it could, but I don't want to say yes if it can.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say even right, like I have email and I have text, but I don't, like I know some people put so those who have email, some people put notifications, I don't want notifications in my email.
Yeah.
So I will not see, I mean, if I think to look at it, but if I was a parent, even one who uses email regularly, my preference, I mean, I'm only one person, but my preference would be a text because that pops up.
'Cause it's gonna be
So
on-
if it's possible, I would bet that more parents would prefer this.
Okay.
Okay, that's my only comment, but I'm really thrilled with the whole program and the expansion and the opportunities for kids. And, you know, there was a teacher I talked to, and it was so funny because it said, oh, well, you know, they had the late buses just for SMS, not for CMS. And I'm like, oh, and then I saw the report, it's like, oh, they just don't know yet. So maybe like more people, even like staff knowing would be great. So exciting.
Sorry, before I jump off, can I answer the community member's question? So it's the same routes, whatever your student is registered as, like whatever route they're currently on, it's the same route that would be picked up from that school site. So whichever stop they're at for the after school busing.
Okay.
But yeah, you can reach out to htsd@scSD.org. We created an email address, or the school site knows as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, so we need to vote to approve. Everybody ready to vote? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so the matter passes. Someone's asked for a 5-minute bio break. Yeah. So we're gonna take a short pause until 9:17. Okay?
Do we also, before that, do we want to make the motion to extend? Or do we come back? We can just do it
Let's do it when we get back, yeah. Okay. 9:17. Yeah, I think we should just say till 10, but I don't think it'll take 10. I think that's fine. Great, okay, it's 9:19 and we are back. I think that we are on to item 12B under review and action. 12B is the approval of the declaration of need for a fully qualified educators. And that's with Mr. Nishihara, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Information Services.
Thank you, Bridget. Before you board is the approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Specifically, for our new board members, this is an annual item, so it does reoccur. And I wanted to make it clear this is not our current needs, would be projected needs, and we kind of track from year to year this report to the CTC. And because the CTC allows us to have waivers, and so I think this is a dual kind of accountability to make sure that we're not overusing waivers, to have highly qualified teachers. And I think they also use this data to kind of track for credential programs down the line. So every district does put this in for them, and this is our best guess for next year. And so I recommend that the board approves the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 25-26 school year.
Okay, before we vote or discuss, it's time for public comment. If there's anyone online who would like to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature on your device.
None.
Okay, seeing none, board, do we have a motion to discuss?
I move to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
I second. Thank you. Okay, board, any comments or questions? Okay, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Nishihara. Okay, 12C is to approve resolution number R 2518 in the matter of authorizing the issuance and sale of bond, not to exceed $80 million aggregate principal amount of general obligation bonds. This is our Chief Business Officer, Mr. Arthur Cuffey.
Thank you. I wanted to request to first discuss the next three items together,
Okay.
and then you guys could vote individually on each. That was okay? They're all related.
Is that?
Sure.
Sure, yes.
All
That's
right.
good.
All right, so item 12C, I'll talk in a bit out of order. So 12C is resolution 18, 12E is resolution 20, and then 12D is resolution 19. Basically, what the first resolution is, resolution 18. So in March 2024, the voters approved Measure C, general obligation bonds. In this resolution in front of you would allow for the district to move forward with the first series of those bonds. The funds would allow us to continue the facility master plan and the modernization and improvement of our facilities. And also there's all the required legal and financial documents within that resolution. Next is gonna skip out of order, and tied to that issuance, there's a routine resolution we need, so that would be 12E, resolution 20. This is where we request from the county board of supervisor, the ability, well, this allows us to request from them the ability for them to set the tax rate to ensure the repayment of the bond. And the final item 12D, which is resolution 19, this is the refunding bond, which allows for up to $60 million. Basically, it's like refinancing a mortgage, right? So we take an older debt, pay that off, and then reissue the debt with a lower interest rate, saving the taxpayers money in the long run. So those are the three related resolutions in front of you, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so should I do public comment for all three at once? How does that work?
I guess you could.
Okay, so we will be taking public comment on agenda items 12
C,
D, and E at this time. If you have a comment, please use the raised hand feature on your device.
No.
Nope, seeing that. Okay, board, we have a motion to approve. We can just start with the approve, item resolution 2519, item 12D.
You don't wanna do 12C
18?
first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I move we
C.
approve, resolution number R 2518.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
All those in, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, resolution 2518 passes. Did I
I
call for?
move to approve resolution R 2519.
A second.
Thank you, Peggy. Any discussion? No? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, that, resolution 2519 passes. Do we have a motion to approve resolution 2520?
I move approval of resolution number R 2520.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye and the resolution passes. Board, it's almost 9:30. I recommend, since it's still our policy we need to extend, I recommend we extend it until, do you think a half-hour closed session is sufficient?
Yeah, we have Isabel's item too.
Yeah. So, okay, so.
Well, so how long is closed session gonna be?
15 minutes.
Really 15 minutes? So that's
Do it
fine.
later, just in case.
So we'll do, so you wanna do 10:15?
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully we won't use it, but
I will be the only.
so who did the original approval of the agenda? Is it,
Peggy?
Okay, I move we extend our time to 10:15.
Isabel?
I second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, so we've extended it till 10:15. We're on to item 12F, yeah. Approve the updated 24-25 board meeting calendar. Dr. Gallagher.
Okay, this is pretty simple. This is just the approval of a revised board calendar, removing the meetings on May 15th and 16th, because that was gonna be a governance team development, but instead you're doing interviews at the beginning of the week. And then there's a note that like the board may wanna have another governance team meeting later, perhaps with the new superintendent designee. That could be done through a special meeting, which wouldn't need to go on this particular calendar.
Okay, are there any comments from the public? If so, use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, board, do we have a motion to approve the revised board calendar?
I move approval of the updated 24-25 board meeting calendar.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, the motion passes. Thank you. So now we're on to item 13, review and discussion. Isabel, you have a discussion of the Hoffman Awards.
Yes, so let's see the presentation. We have a presentation about the 2025 Hoffman Awards. No, I think it's not.
Oh, it wasn't.
The Hoffman Awards for this year. We're gonna be presenting first the 6 winners and 2 other programs that I think are also exceptional and have a lot to do with what we do and how we do it. Our first 6 programs are gonna be the winners. Then we have Access Each Side. Access Each Side is a program where they did a measure bond, the Measure I, where they gave Wi-Fi to everybody in the community, but it was done between the school district and the city because they noticed that their students didn't have access from home to high-speed internet. So what is very interesting about this is how they silo what they were doing before, they didn't say it's not my problem that the students don't have these resources at their home, and it's not my problem to provide these. They, instead of that, they look for a solution and they partner with other people and they decided to fix the problem where it was. So they found a special bond exclusively to add high-speed internet access for students and their families and their community. In that way, that improved the life of everybody. It allows approximately 30% of students with no internet to have access along with the neighborhood, and is designed to bolster and improve the connections of students without enough access to have readily available fast internet. And it was fully complete, gave complete access in 2021, and it remains in operation today. So that's, I thought that even though it's not something that applies to us and our demographics and our community, it shows how an idea of something that it can be not my problem, but it affects the community that we serve, it can be somehow troubleshoot and find a solution that is good for everybody. So now the students have high internet access into their homes, and it comes through this bond. Then the next program is the culinary arts. This is a fine example of PBL, where the students in high school, they go to this CTA program, and they receive CTE program,
Yeah,
and they
career
receive
and
technical education, yes. And they receive a full acknowledgement after this with a certification. But they also learn how to work in the hospitality sector, including restaurant, hotel, retail, healthcare environment. And they learn how to manage a restaurant and all these services, and they learn how to work in a kitchen, and they learn the skills, and they learn how to cook. So it's very interesting way how to then not just very few of them actually go out and work on this, but they give them other skills that they can be applied for many other parts of their life. So it's an example of what PBS can do. Then the English language development. So this is an innovative program because they took the TOSAs, and what they did is that instead of having them apply to each college, they pulled them together in the district, and then they were with teams of few TOSAs going depending on the needs to each of the schools. So they didn't say like, well, this school needs 4, this school needs at least 1, this school needs 3, but they were moving in a more fluent situation where the need was, wherever the need was, they were moving the TOSAs around. So they use a different way of, like everybody did when they had the TOSAs, and they still have it. And then the literacy intervention teacher team, or LIT, this is a program that they develop with teams of 3 to 4 to provide individual tier 3, small group tier 2 instruction on multiple sites. The goal was to assess, design, target instruction, problem solve, and accelerate the literacy, leading to the lowest achievement first and second grades. So the teachers not only focus on instruction students, but also on the support for classroom teachers as well as sites themselves. And then the next one is making our schools an inclusive community. Oh, by the way, I put the stars in the ones that I think that are more interesting to us. So making our schools an inclusive community of Mosaic is cornerstone of Los Altos High School, is a social emotional well-being program. Has been for 4 years, aligned with the district strategic plan, ensuring every student feels safe and empowered to express their authentic self. with range of topics from stress management on type 9-1, its program figures staff design lesson incorporated with student input. And then the next program is the Sartoret Hispanic Student Achievement and Family Engaged program. And they had their bilingual Sartoret program, but they also involve the families. And they, in the second year, in one year, they had astounding results showing that Hispanic students and above were at an above grade level in ELA state. They increasing 19% from one year to another, and the Hispanic achievement gap was reducing 17% in just 1 year of the installment of this bilingual program. And not just that, but there's the parent participation that increasing 662%. Like they didn't have any, and then all of a sudden, all of the parents were participating in the program.
So what this was, it was a home to school club, and home to school club is like PTA, but they just weren't seeing any. They were trying to get more parent engagement, so the principal was like really going to the district and saying like, "Can you help me get this started? Like, this is what I want to do." Because when she went to the community, the parents said, you know, we want to have a separate Hispanic home to school club, and then eventually we'll merge them. But the first year they were separate, so they would have the regular kind of, not that I think they're boring, but they called it, that was the quote, the boring PTA meeting, where it was like all these like, you know, very scheduled, like, you know, rigid.
The business meeting.
The business meeting, and then they'd have the fun meeting the next night. And the second one was the Hispanic families, and they took over the party planning and the event planning. Then they realized they could make a fortune selling nachos. And they were like very excited about that for 4 of their events. So like they were like party planning and event planning, and they realized like, oh, we can do this and we can get people involved and we can have like multicultural fairs and we can do all these things. So, and it was all to, you know, support the students, but what it also did was, and they actually just mentioned nachos because that was like the lowest, the highest profit margin of anything they've ever sold. They couldn't believe how popular they were, like just for everybody. But one of the things they said was a couple of the other things the families asked for were English language classes. And so at drop-off, they drop the kids off to elementary school, and then the moms with the little kids would go into another room, and they partnered with the San Jose Library, and the San Jose Library gave them, you know, a free instructor that was like also, they trained a parent volunteer, so there was like an instructor who was part of that program, and they had parent education that was English language education, and the library donated a bunch of books. And, you know, they had reading activities and library-sponsored activities. And then the principal said to the parents, well, I have these jobs for like playground supervision and other stuff, and started getting the parents to go for jobs. And then the kids were very excited that the parents were around. And by the second year they did it, they eventually had like co-PTA presidents, like co-home to school presidents. So, and it was just much more integrated, but they closed a lot of gaps because it was that, they felt that it was that family engagement piece that was having the students feel really proud that their families were there and participating and like actually in leadership positions, not just like helping, but like really organizing things. They just really built a culture over a few years of high engagement, high collaboration. So, and they're going to continue all those outside partnerships too.
I remember now, and that's the one that the kids now behave very well because somebody's parent is the parent that is checking on the recess instead of being just a random adult.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, and then the next one is arts, innovation, and music. Is like what we heard today from Bishop. And what is impressive about this is that in a couple of years of this music program and arts program, they improved the school the math scores went from 10 to 20% increase in student professions in mathematics. And the teachers are maximizing the time together to support their students to enhance their educational outcome. But it's just, I just felt that it was very impressive, the numbers, how they show the numbers and how much they could improve only with adding music to their curriculum.
Yeah, 10 to 20% is pretty high.
Yeah. Yeah. Then there was USD Extended Care, the Union School District, and they did also, they extended their numbers, academic numbers, giving extra daycare. But they also, this is a program that gets $3 million annually that they can use towards instruction from their extended care. So they did daycare for everybody in a sliding scale, depending of whatever the family could pay. But then in that way, they were getting actually revenues from that. They served the community that needed the daycare, but they then get the money so they can have more ELOP and the extended learning programs and then give extra instruction in the afternoon. So that was what we've been referring for a while, is this program from Union School District. That was it.
So like Isabel's, I did not introduce you as part of this, but like Isabel's been chair of the Hoffman Awards for this is her third year. And so anybody can participate and be a reader in the Hoffman Awards, and you get to read like 20 different innovative programs, and the whole purpose of it is for things that make it have high student impact. Like that's how the winners are graded. And so you can read all these things, and then you can also, alternatively, you could sign up to do both, or you could just sign up to go visit one of the finalist sites. So if you wanted to, see a program, I know a lot of people, last year, our Juntos program won an award from the Hoffman Awards, and people from other districts, as a follow-up, it's part of it, you can say, like, if you see a program and you're interested in it, other school board trustees might want to come and tour it. So the Hoffman Awards celebration is coming up. And it's a dinner, and you'll get to see these awards. And I think the culinary students are gonna actually be preparing the dinner again this year, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be at Metro Ed.
Yeah. And the music is also gonna be, as usual, some students playing the music, there's gonna be the entertainment, and then the students are gonna cook, so it's very interesting. And the photographer of the evening are gonna be students from the photo and film program, so everything is student-centered.
Yeah, so next year, when they do a call for readers, I really recommend you do it, because it's just such interesting things interesting work people are doing all over the county.
And you get to visit them, the family.
Thank you, Isabel, for your hard work with being the chair of the committee. I can see why you want to. It's very inspirational to see all these programs. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the briefing. And when are the Hoffmans?
It's Wednesday, 7th of May.
Okay. So if you're interested, you can let the district know, and we'll get you a ticket. You go and check it out. Okay, so we are on to, the next item is an information agenda with the Williams Uniform Complaint Settlement Quarterly Report. We are not going to discuss that in any way, it's information only. So we're on to item 15, public comments on closed session items. We have no cards for this item. Online, if there's any member of the public who wishes to speak on this item, please use your raised hand feature now.
None.
Nope. Okay. Seeing none, we are going to convene to closed session. It is 9:43 p.m. and we hope to return shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Desmond. Thank you, Angela. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
I do.
is, oh boy, I feel like I'm under the clock here. And, okay. It is 10:12, sorry. It is 10:12, and I am reconvening the regular board meeting of the Board of Education. You see all members present. In closed session, we discussed, where is it? We discussed public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent and a conference with our labor negotiator. No action was taken. Item 18, future meetings and adjournment. Our next meeting will be Thursday, May 1st, 2025 at 6 p.m. It's a regular board meeting here at the district office. The meeting is adjourned, 10:13 p.m. Thank you.